welcome back to day 2 of the Desire Summit. So glad to see all of you here again. So today is going to be exciting. Today is going to be a little bit of like introspection, okay, getting to know yourself, meditating, but not overthinking, Allison. I'm very excited for Allison's talk because if there's one thing I do, it's overthinking. Like literally, it's too much. I just wanted to start today off by thanking all of our sponsors so much for helping us put all of this together, getting all of these lovely swag bags. The swag is very fun. You're gonna see some Shibari ropes in there, okay? And then later you're gonna see a Shibari performance. So, this is gonna be pretty exciting. So thank you to Handy, Adult Time. Oh, I see what you got. Mama Taro, Apothega, Rosie, LMNT, because we gotta stay hydrated. Sip Studios, of course. George, thank you so much on the one. George and Junior on the 1s and 2s. Thank you. Devin and H for the brawn and the brains. Bold Strokes Books, which is one of the publishers of our romance authors, and they were very, very fantastic to work with. Word Books will be here later on today. Selling Books. They have a cute little shop over here in Jersey City that I walked into, and they have like really great merch, but also great books and like a cutesy shop. You should check it out. Dirty Lola, who will be also joining us later and also put something specific into the swag bags for each one of you. She's got, it's lube, guys, but like whatever. Like it's great though. You need it. It's a much needed thing. Spectrum Boutique, who also put some fantastic little toys into the bag for you. And Hemp Social, who will be here later on in the day selling some relaxing lemonade, which everyone drank yesterday, a little bit too much of, and it made it super fun. Okay. I loved it. I had a great time. So starting the day off today, we have Allison Raskin. Please come join us. Would you like to sit here or here? I might do this one. Yeah, I'm going to give you this mic because my hands are sweaty. So then that's like not gross. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Wow. Woo. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. One thing that I forgot to say. Hold on. I'm coming back. Okay, this is for the people at home and for the people here as well. Please, at home, we're going to put the link in the chat. But if you can't hear, click the QR code and sign into the Menti, and it's going to answer us in real time. You're going to answer just like Love Connection. Do you remember Love Connection?
I've heard of Love Connection.
What? You've only heard it? You've never seen you've never seen a Love Connection though episode.
This is a TV show?
Yes.
I thought it was a radio show.
What? No. Oh my God. Okay. Go back, watch some old Love Connection.
Okay.
It's freaking amazing. It goes boop, 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 like makes this little noise. And then like everyone puts their answers in. They're like, should Jenny keep dating Jim? Should they go on a second date or not? And usually the audience says no, but it depends. It's really fun. Like it's okay. So now I'll let you finish, but everybody, hopefully by now you've all signed in, right? Okay, so that we can answer her questions. Thank you, Allison.
Thank you. Thank you guys all so much for being here. As I was introduced, I'm Allison Raskin. I'm an author. I'm a podcaster. I'm a mental health advocate. But most importantly for today, I'm someone who used to be really, really terrible at dating. And I mean, sort of just like the, oh my God, that girl is crazy sort of stereotype where I just lost control of myself, didn't know how to behave in romantic relationships or what I was attempting to make romantic relationships. And for most of my life, I thought that was really just like a flaw in my character. Like that was just something I identified as, that I was like too needy, too desperate, that I didn't have what it takes to be loved long term. Surprise twist, my husband's right there. So it never occurred to me though, like the level that my mental health was impacting how I showed up for dating and relationships. Which doesn't really make sense because I was diagnosed with OCD when I was only 4 years old. So I've never really had a reference point for what it means to be mentally stable or to not be constantly questioning my own brain. And while the state of my mental health has fluctuated a lot, OCD, generalized anxiety, and bouts of depression is something I'm really intimately familiar with. And I knew, though, that nothing could impact my mental health more than dating and the rejection that comes with dating. But I didn't really put it together how much of a bi-directional relationship it was, that it wasn't just dating impacting my mental health, it was my mental health impacting how I showed up. But as I got my mental health more under control and I started really working on my relationship with myself, I realized that I was actually starting to date in a different way. And it was no longer so dangerous for me to put myself out there and open myself up for all of that hurt and rejection, because I was more stable in my relationship with myself. So other people's opinion of me didn't sway me in the same way. And so this new phase of my life inspired me to write my book, Overthinking About You, Navigating Romantic Relationships When You Have Anxiety, OCD, and/or Depression. And if some of you are thinking, I don't have any of those, congratulations. And don't worry, I've been told that the themes I explore really apply to anyone, even if they're not at a clinically diagnosable level of being an overthinker. So when I was asked to give this presentation, I tried to think about what are the parts of the intersection between dating and mental health that seem to be the most relevant and people seem to ask me the most about since my book has come out. And so to start off, there's also going to be a Q&A at the end. So if I don't cover something that you want me to cover, we will have time for that. But I wanted to start off with a topic that I think is a doozy for anybody who has that tendency to overthink. And that is, how do you know if you're in the right relationship? So that's a question I wanted to pose to you guys that you can send an answer to, and we'll see it up on this fun screen with these potatoes. Great, I'm gonna have to get up to see. Oh, awesome, we have comfort. You're feeling comfy being your authentic self. You just know, hopefully, I think. Supportive and fun. Feeling safe. Yep. 2, feeling safe. Full trust and communication. Warm like tea. Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh, I like who I am when I'm with that person. I think that's so huge. I think we often judge like just who the other person is, but how we show up is so important. You've married Allison Raskin. Thank you, honey. He was like, I'm going to be trolling you throughout this presentation. Feeling supported, freedom and security, feeling like your authentic self. I can be transparent about how I'm feeling without judgment. I don't fix my hair. That's a good one. You guys should see me most weekdays. I work out and then I don't shower. Okay, so that's awesome. I love these answers. But I'm gonna push back and say I don't really think that there is a clear answer to this question of how you know if you're in the right relationship, because it's kind of a trick question. Because the term "right" implies that there is like one objective way to get clarity on that question. And it's also difficult to answer because what's right for me is going to be so different than what's right for you. And that's why I think it really gets to why it's so harmful for us to compare our relationships to other people's relationships, which I know is a really easy game, especially in the age of social media. But when you do that, you're really just kind of setting yourself up for disappointment and insecurity. 2 old friends. But so instead of like looking outward and trying to figure out, okay, what is right for me by comparing yourself with other people, I really always urge people to look inward. And in order to do that and to figure out what actually matters to you, I have 3 questions that I like people to play with and to ask themselves. And so the first question is, what do I need in a partner? The next question is, what are my deal breakers? And then the third question is, what would I like but can live without? And I think that third question is where people get really messed up a little bit, right? Because this is the category that can kind of unintentionally lead to people being extremely picky. You know, for example, you're like, well, I need someone who loves to ski because I love to ski and that's important to me. But like in reality, you can go skiing with your friends, you know, like maybe it's more important that you have a kind, well-intentioned partner who, you know, doesn't have the exact same hobbies or level of balance. But most of your life, you're not spending skiing. That's why I think it's really important to look at the distinction between what you want and what you need when you're looking for the vice president of your life, because that's really what your partner becomes. You know, they're your support system, your hype person, your confidant. You're their vice president too. They're yours. And so as I was looking for my VP, I realized that I needed someone who makes me laugh and aligns with my politics. But I didn't actually need a spouse who wants to adopt as many animals as I do. It's probably good, actually, that you made us stop at 2. I'm still working on it every day. And so I think what I really like about these 3 questions is that they're so deeply personal, right? You know, like for some people, they might realize that like they cannot, like a deal breaker for them might be, I can't handle a partner who works all the time, right? Like I don't want someone who's like working late or who works the weekends, where for someone else, that's like no problem for them. Maybe they have a lot of hobbies or they work a lot too. So that's why you really got to get down and be honest with yourself instead of like what you think a relationship should look like. That said, there are some themes that I think are really important to sort of look for in a partner, especially if you're someone who has a tendency to overthink or be anxious. And so the first one of those is someone that respects you enough to respect your distress, even if they don't understand it. And so this is really crucial, right? Because as someone with OCD and primarily contamination OCD, my husband has no idea what I'm talking about. I'm tracking dirt and germs that never even occurred to him. But like, as he says, he's like, well, I'm just going to honor it anyway, even though like, I don't agree with you that I needed to wipe my phone down for the 10th time. And like before we came on this trip, I just started to spiral about having to go on an airplane, because I don't know if you guys know this, but airplanes are disgusting. They're the worst. And I was getting so overwhelmed and upset that I was going to have to go on an airplane and bring the dogs on the airplane. And when were we going to shower the dogs? And he just sort of sat there with me while I cried. And then I was like, all right, I guess I can get on an airplane. It's also really important, I think, to be with someone who is supportive and open-minded when it comes to mental health and therapy. This doesn't mean that like they have to be an expert in that field. They maybe have never been to therapy, but you don't want someone who doesn't trust it, or who thinks that like mental illness isn't real, or that like your struggles aren't valid. So like you don't really want to spend your life with someone who just constantly tells you to just calm down, or even worse, just don't think about that. Can you imagine if that would work? And then finally, I think a really important thing to look for in a partner is someone who can compromise. I had a really wonderful professor at my grad program for psychology who said that basically every relationship is an intercultural relationship, because you come from different families. And every family has its own traditions and history and ways of being. They're kind of like mini cults, right? So you have 2 people coming from different backgrounds, different personality traits. Like there's going to be things that you butt heads about, that you disagree about, that you want different things about. And that's why it's so important to find a partner that understands that sometimes they're going to need to bend, and just like you're going to need to bend. Being with someone who's too stubborn, I think, can make life very long in a bad way. But ultimately, no one can really answer the question of whether you are in a right relationship or not. But I think instead of asking yourself, am I in the right relationship? I like these questions instead. Is this relationship additive to my life? Does the relationship make your life better in some way? Do I want to stay with them today? Which I think is a lot easier to ask yourself than do I want to stay with them for 30 years when you have a tendency to spiral? And then does this person make me feel safe, respected, and seen? Which I think a lot of people were getting to when we had those answers. So no one can predict the future or how people change, but I think if your answer is yes to those questions that you can ask yourself, I think you're definitely on the right track with your relationship. But if your brain keeps asking, but is this right? Is this what real love is supposed to feel like? Couldn't I be happier with someone else? I think you kind of have to respond to your brain with, I don't know. Those are impossible questions, because in my experience, having a satisfying love is different from what yours is going to be, what's different than what we see on TV. Some people are going to, prioritize financial stability or intellectual connection over passion or physical attraction. And that's not morally good or bad. It's just the reality of people having different desires. So I personally think it's easier to learn to live in the discomfort of not knowing if you're in the right relationship than to spend your life trying to answer a question that will never be truly satisfied if you have an anxious mind. All right, so that's that section. Our next section this is probably the question I get asked the most, which is, how do you talk to your partner about your mental health? Because this is a tricky one. So thank you. I love these little graphics. This is might involve longer answers, but like, when would you talk to someone about your mental health? How? That kind of thing. See what joke John says. Oh, usually blurt it out. That makes a lot of sense. Been there many times. Once I feel like I have a rough idea of what I'm going through, I'm honest about feelings and capacity whenever it feels right to you, but also when it's going to affect them to a degree. That's very interesting, when it's going to start impacting their life. After discussing it in advance with my therapist, oh man, do I love a role play with a therapist. So helpful. Sometimes back to back if it's a hard thing to say. Oh, very interesting. So maybe not looking at them, but being in the same space as them. Start small, feel it out, then go into it. I love that. Something we'll be touching on. Okay, these are great. So you guys are all pretty advanced in knowing how to do this, but explain to them what it feels like so they can try to understand. Unfortunately, not by asking for help, even though I need it. Asking for help can be really tough. Having an honest conversation early in the dating stage once I feel comfortable. These are great. So again, I keep tricking you, and that there isn't a definitive answer like 25 minutes into your first date or 3 weeks after your first text. If there was, that would be great, but life doesn't work that cleanly, unfortunately. And so I really think that some guidelines that I have for how to talk about your mental health with a potential partner is to look at not the amount of time that you've known the person, but the stage of your relationship, right? Because there are going to be some people, maybe they're in their mid-30s, they go out on a first date, and that first date lasts 3 hours. And in those 3 hours, you cover so many topics. You're really opening up to each other. You're sharing your full lives because you're really, looking for a match. And so in that situation, I feel like it would make sense to bring up some things on your very first date where, there are other relationships that are more casual, where maybe you've been seeing them for like 5 months, but you've only really been bowling or to the movies, and like, you don't even know if their parents are alive or not. You haven't gotten to those deeper things. And so then I don't think it's like totally necessary to dive into how your brain functions or tries to function. And then the other really big thing, which I think someone got to here, is like, you want to share from a place of control rather than compulsion, right? So compulsion kind of gets to that like word vomit of like, I'm going to tell you every single thing about me so that I can decide, so that you can decide if I'm too much for you, right? Because I want to know right now. I can't handle not knowing if I'm going to be too much for you. But I think it's really helpful to instead look at sharing as something that you're choosing to do because you're trying to form a better connection with somebody, that like you are giving them the privilege of getting to know you. And part of getting to know you is knowing your mental health history and your current struggles. And so it's really important, I think, in that situation, especially to have worked through how you feel about your mental health, right? Because if you feel a lot of shame about your mental health and like, any disorders you may or may not have, when you're telling someone about them, that shame is probably going to come through, right? They're going to be able to tell that you're maybe feel embarrassed about it or have judgment about it. But if you've worked through how you feel about your mental health and you're like, this is a thing I deal with, this is something that I'm working on and taking care of, and I struggle, but like, oh, well, I'm going to keep plugging along, then you're sharing from a place of like, this is just information rather than this is something that I'm afraid is going to scare you. I also think it's important to be really mindful of your environment, right? So like a super crowded, loud bar is probably not the best time to be like, I've attempted suicide. You want a place where you are calm and like you can hear what the other person is saying. And there's like time and space to really talk about it and get into it if that's where the conversation takes you. And then really crucially, I think you need to pay attention to how the person is receiving the information to sort of determine if they deserve to know anymore, right? Because when we're sharing these like really intense things about ourselves, we think that it's a moment for the other person to judge us. But I actually think it's a really great moment to sort of suss out the other person, right? Like, how do they take in the information? Are they curious about it? Are they asking questions? Are they an active listener? Or is it sort of like, oh, you're on meds? Cool. Want another drink? Like, that's going to tell you a lot about the person that you're getting to know. And also, you don't have to share it all at once. My mental health journey has been a bumpy. It's been like this. And so as I get to know somebody new, it's like, what is most relevant to who I am now, right? Because maybe you had a really turbulent childhood or really hard time in your 20s, but now like you're more stable, right? So like you don't necessarily need to lead with the worst times in your life. You can sort of lead with like where you are now. And then relationships are full of conversations, right? You're just sort of having lunch with the same person over and over again. So eventually those things are going to come out, the details will come out, but those initial conversations, I think it's helpful to more focus on like what's relevant to who I am today. If you have some fears around sharing some of the more intense stuff. And then finally, I think we have to allow people to have reactions, like not everyone will know what we've been through and might not be familiar to them. They might not know what PTSD actually looks or feels like for somebody. And so I think it's okay for them to maybe feel a little overwhelmed when we're sharing something. And one thing that can be really helpful is to find other resources that kind of explain things. So it's not just like coming from you. It's like, if I am able to send someone like a great article about how OCD works, then it's like, oh, this is like a real thing that like I can investigate, without like having to like grill this one person about it. And so I think that like one of the most helpful things you can do when you are looking for a partner, have a partner, is to learn how your own brain works so that you're able to like really vocalize and explain that to the person that you're seeing. Because people don't instinctively know how to show up or care about us if we don't tell them, right? Some people with anxiety, they maybe want to be left alone when they're having an anxiety spiral, where another person might want a hug. And like, how the hell is your partner supposed to know which one to do if you don't tell them? So the more work that we can do on figuring out who we are, the better we can like explain ourselves to the other person. And I think that there's this like assumption that those of us who have struggled with our mental health are less deserving of love or more difficult to love. But in my experience, having to work on yourself because of those struggles often gives you the exact tools that makes you a better partner. Because you've had to do that exploration, you've had to do that work. Okay, it is time for our final topic, which is one I'm a little embarrassed to talk about, despite this being called desire. But I'm working on it, and my parents aren't here, so I can speak freely. So this final question is, when is the right time to have sex? Very intrigued to read these answers. Got another adorable graphic. Not quite as sure how this one works in, but it's very cute. Is it a bee? Oh, it's pollinating. Sex, I get it. Okay. Most of my stuff's PG, but we're getting wild today. I thought it was just a little creature. Okay, here we go. Whenever you want. This is another trick question. Okay, somebody is on to me. There isn't one whenever you want to. When you both feel comfortable / ready and not pressured. When you feel you can show that vulnerable side to them. When you feel comfortable and connected. Whenever you feel ready. Amazing. Oh, when I feel confident and he's horny. Sometimes it's that simple. When you feel horny, even more simple. Okay, amazing. So again, a little bit of a trick question, as always, because everyone has a really different relationship to sex. And for some people, it can be just like purely a physical release without emotional connection. And for others, it's an emotional minefield to sleep with someone for the first time. And then I have a feeling that most people fall somewhere in the middle of that spectrum. So what's really important is to figure out what type of person you are and what sex signifies to you. And this took me like a really long time to figure out for myself, because I used to really just view sex as a tool to make someone like me. It wasn't about my personal enjoyment. It was more like, look at what I'm willing to do whenever you want. Aren't I going to be a great girlfriend / wife? Let's get engaged. And that really was a really hard approach and bad approach. It never led to the type of commitment that I wanted, and it often left me feeling terrible about myself, and far too emotionally attached to someone I barely even knew. So when I graduated from college, which we call the wild years, I realized that I was someone who actually only feels comfortable having sex once I'm in a monogamous relationship. And I need that level of commitment to feel safe. So that's something I learned to express to my various partners over the years, much to some of their chagrin. Obviously, there were some slip ups along the way, but knowing that about myself, that's how what I needed to feel safe, was so important when it came to my self-care and self-protection. And we're often taught that dating is like a game, right? Like, who's going to win? Like, you have to outplay each other, and that like sharing your needs early on is like a sign of weakness, or that it will scare somebody away. But I actually think that the ability to calmly and directly state what you are looking for and why you have decided that that is what works for you is actually a huge asset. And having those kinds of tough conversations up front actually sets you up really well to be more open about sex for your entire relationship, because you started talking about it really early, and it's something that you've learned to do from the beginning of being together. So even if you aren't someone who needs monogamy to enjoy sex with a new person, I still recommend having like some form of a conversation before things get too physical about what sex means to each of you. Because you want to know what it means to them too, right? Like, it might not seem sexy to talk about that, but having, as someone with an anxious mind, having direct answers to questions is what's going to prevent you from spiraling afterwards, right? So if you already know if they're sleeping with other people, when they got tested, if they feel closer with someone after having sex with them, or if it's more just like a fun physical thing for them, then you have those answers. And so you're not going to start to find them or spiral out trying to figure them out when like suddenly that person's not texting you back anymore, because you've already had an important conversation about it. And if you try to initiate this kind of conversation with somebody and they refuse to answer, or they make a joke out of it, I think that really shows you something about their level of emotional maturity and ability to communicate. And then you kind of got to decide, like, is this someone that I want to engage with this with? And when it comes to the right time to have sex when you are already in a relationship, that answer might vary very much between partners, right? It's very rare for people to be like completely aligned on when they want to have sex, how often they want to have sex. And again, like, some people find sex to be stress relieving, right? So come home from a hard day, that's like a way to like release the tension. While another person might be like, oh my God, having sex when I'm already stressed out is absolutely bananas. I can't think of anything I'd like to do less. And sometimes those people marry each other, right? And so you have to kind of know that about each other, because if you don't know that, then suddenly it just seems like I'm being rejected, or this person only, why is this person always thinking about sex? You can have all these like missed abilities to understand each other. And when you understand where the other person is coming from and what role sex plays in their life, then you cannot take things so personally, right? Like, if you're like, oh, normally we have sex on Friday, but now my partner is like spiraling because they have so much work to do over the weekend, it makes sense they don't want to have sex tonight because of that work, rather than because suddenly they don't find me attractive. And we're often told that like you want to have sex all the time when you're with the right person. And that's ridiculous. One, sex life is going to just change with time and circumstance. And as we age and as things happen, there's phases, there's different times in our lives. But if you keep like open lines of communication and continue to really prioritize emotional and physical closeness, you have a much better shot at a fulfilling relationship than your friend who, sleeps with her partner 5 times a week, but can't talk to them about anything important. And so for some people, probably not you because you're at this conference, but talking about your sexual desires might be really difficult and might be something that like is anxiety provoking for you. But what's great is that it's a muscle, right? Like the more that you do it, the better you're going to be at it. And so even if it doesn't come naturally to you, you don't get to avoid it because you have to keep talking about it. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of such annoying news, if that's tough for you. Okay, so now I'd love to open it up for a Q&A. So really anything about what we talked about or just about, mental health and relationships in general. Any questions at all? That was from my brief blonde period. It was okay. Wasn't the best. I think they want you to write them in, right? For the people in the who are streaming. Yeah. Yeah, it was like in 2019 when I had started. I was in a relationship with not to spoil the book, someone who became my ex-fiance. And I just realized that I was just experiencing the relationship so differently than I'd ever experienced another relationship. And I was like, oh, maybe this is valuable. Like, I think I didn't realize that you can get better at this stuff, because like there's this expectation that we should know how to date and we should know how to be in partnership. And I just don't find that to be true. I find it to be something that we really need to like learn and talk about and work on ourselves with. And so the original conceit of the book was much more memoir driven. It was really just me sort of like sharing a lot of my journey to get there. But as I was working on it, I realized that while it's so important to share our own story, it's also really important to have like resources and tools and like coping skills. And so then I kind of blew out the book and included a lot more stuff from other people's perspective, experts' perspective. And then my fiance left me in the middle of writing it, and then I had to do some rewriting. But I think it's better as a result of that. And I got to marry him. So, okay, great. Did that answer your question? Oh, of course. My therapist said to decrease self-sabotage to find out if you and your date's values align early on. Do you agree? Absolutely. I think this is so important. I think this idea that like we shouldn't talk about big topics like religion or politics or money early on is just like such a mistake, because then you find yourself attached to somebody who has completely different values than you, a completely different outlook on the world. And so I actually really encourage you to have these kinds of like values-based conversations early on if you're looking for like a long-term relationship. Obviously, if you're looking for something more casual, that might not matter as much. If you're looking for a partner, this is like wonderful advice, and I'm a big fan of this person's therapist. How do you navigate anxiety with body issues in a long-term relationship? So this is really tough, right? Because I think a lot of times when someone isn't feeling in the mood to be sexual with their partner, it's often not about how they're feeling about their partner. It's about how they're feeling about themselves, right? So if you're feeling like you're unattractive or undesirable, then even if your partner is like, I disagree, I want you right now, it's like, but how can that be true? Because my reality of myself is that I'm unattractive and undesirable. And so I think that this is something you really have to address head on. And so I think that one of the things that helped me a lot with my relationship with my body is how I talk to myself. And so I started to do this thing where I stopped saying negative things about myself out loud. Like I think a lot of people socialized as female and women are used to putting themselves down. Like just like when you go try on clothes, you're like, oh, this makes you look fat. This makes me look gross. Like I just stopped doing that. Like even if the thought occurred to me, I wouldn't say it out loud because it made it more real. And I also started to compliment myself out loud. Like now I will do this like very weird thing where like I'll try on an outfit and be like, I look beautiful. And like 10 years ago, I would never have done that. But like, it's just your brain starts to be like, oh, you are beautiful. Oh, interesting. So like, the first step is what we say to ourselves. And then I think that starts to change how we think about ourselves. But it is something that you really, really should try to address because it can be really harmful. Do you have any current goals for what you want for your relationship? Oh, that's so interesting. I think as we are thinking about starting a family, I just want to make sure that that's something that we know how to do. I think becoming parents is like something that is totally foreign and different than anything we've done before, despite what our two dogs would say. And so just like really making sure that we're on the same page about what that looks like and what the expectations for both of us are. Because I'm not really interested in sort of the heteronormative role of the woman being the primary caretaker, the woman who knows all the things about the kids, the woman who's like, I want this to be an equal thing that we're endeavoring on. And I hope that's cool. How do you communicate with an avoidant that some of their tendencies are affecting you while being sensitive to their mental health? Yes. Okay. So this is great, right? Because people that run avoidant, it can often come off as uncaring, or that they don't have as much going on about their relationship in their brain. But in reality, they're being avoidant because there's some fear there. There is some self-protection there, and they feel like that in order to feel safe, they kind of have to withdraw. And so you want to be respectful of that, but you also really want to be able to say, like, when you do this makes me feel, because I maybe run anxious, that like you don't love me anymore, right? So how do you get to a good place with that? And I think that the best thing to do is to have these conversations in moments of connection, right? So instead of like shouting that when they're withdrawing, in a time when you guys are feeling really connected, when things are good, when you're having a lovely day, just being like, this means so much to me. Like, because sometimes I worry, I know that's not true, but this is where my brain goes. And then they can say, oh, well, when that's actually happening, what my brain is doing is this. It's not what you assume is happening, right? So just like being able to understand, and for them to be able to vocalize, it's because I'm feeling unsafe. It's because I'm feeling insecure. It's because of some stress in my life. I tend to withdraw. It's nothing about you. So much of being in a healthy relationship is not taking things personally, which is wild, because you're like, well, wouldn't I take my own relationship personally? But people are behaving for such a myriad of reasons that it's like often not really about us. And so my biggest advice would be to have a real conversation about this in a moment of connection. And then I also think that couples therapy is super great for this. There's a modality called emotion focus therapy that I think really does a great job with pursuer withdrawer dynamics. And so if it's really causing an issue, I would definitely look into EFT. Do we think women tend to develop feelings after sex and can have casual sex more often than men, or do you think that's a stereotype? Yeah, I really try not to think about things too gendered. I think that the way society treats gender obviously really impacts us. But I think that for the most part, we're individuals, and there are going to be plenty of cis men who develop feelings after sex, and plenty of cis women who don't. And so again, like, I think that you're going to come up against that stereotype a lot, but I don't think that it's true. And I think that knowing where you actually fall is far more important than like what other people are expecting of you. How can I deal with low self-esteem while in a relationship? Feeling too insecure about my looks, worried about my partner seeing my ugly side. How can I be more confident? So this sort of touches on what I was saying before, which is really how you relate to yourself and how you talk to yourself. I think we live in a society that is incredibly like always trying to better ourselves, right? It's always like wellness culture, like, here, learn this, change this about yourself, like maximize productivity. And it's a very like weakness focused culture. And I really love a strength based approach to life. So I think that instead of being like, what about myself do I need to fix? What don't I like about myself? Instead, be like, what do I like about myself? And how can I nurture those strengths? How can I lean into the things I already think are going well, the things that I already like about myself, and then like make them even a bigger part of my life, right? So a real strength-based approach, I think, can be helpful with this. How do you work on being anxious / overthinking of others' perceptions of you? Yes. one of the wonderful things about getting older is how little I now care about other people's perceptions of me. I want to be kind. I don't want to cause harm. I don't want to be a bad person, but also I'm not going to be for everyone, and no one is for everyone. So I sort of, instead of worrying about how other people perceive me, I try to live by a guideline of how I want to behave. Right. So like, if I want to behave kindly, with humor, with openness, and then I don't do those things, then I'm going to be a little hard on myself, and I'm going to be like, oh, like, why were you rude to that person? Like, yes, you're having a bad day, but like, that's not the value that you want to live your life by. But if I have an interaction with someone and I could tell that they just don't like me and they don't find my jokes funny, which, like, wild if true, but okay. Then I'm like, well, I'm just not for that person, and that's okay. But I still lived the way that I wanted to live. I'm still following my guidelines, because everyone has different guidelines and expectations of people. So I can't possibly please everybody, but I can work on pleasing myself and living the way that I want to live. Thoughts on rebound sex? Again, I think this is so tied to your relationship to sex. Like, for some people, that's great. It's fun. It's not. It doesn't have a negative repercussions. It's more just sort of like proof that you can have fun with another person, and that, like, you are still a sexual being, even though you're maybe heartbroken. And for other people, it might end up being like, oh, now I found my replacement person, right? So if you know that you have a tendency to really get emotionally attached to the person you have sex with, then maybe you want to take a little more time to heal before you dive into that. But if you're someone that can have a more casual relationship to it, go for it. How do you navigate anxiety with body issues in a long-term relationship? It's so interesting. This is definitely a common theme. Again, just the things I was saying before, and also, you know, I sometimes think this is interesting. Like, your partner is your best. Ideally, your partner is your best friend, right? And so you tell your best friend everything that you think, right? And sometimes those things are things that you hate about yourself, or that you find disgusting, or that you don't like. But sometimes I feel like they don't need to know that. Like, maybe they don't need to know that you view yourself in or this thing that you don't like about your thighs, right? Like, yes, you can share that, but like, they probably love your thighs and think your thighs are wonderful. And so sometimes I almost feel like talking about this stuff with someone outside of your partner can be really helpful, because, like, your partner is attracted to you and they think you're beautiful. And so, like, it's almost like saying, well, you have bad taste, right? And so kind of getting support for this stuff outside of the relationship, I think, can be really helpful. How do you work on your self-love so that way you are constantly searching for someone else to love you in order to be happy? I think it's probably you are no longer searching for someone. So I'm a little controversial in that, like, I don't think it's bad to want a partner. In that, like, I don't think, this whole idea of, like, you need to be happy on your own in order to be happy in a relationship. Like, yes, to an extent, but also, like, having a partner is a lifestyle choice, right? And so, like, maybe that's just a lifestyle that you want. Like, you're happy on your own, you like yourself, you're confident, you have a full life, but, like, you want a partner, and that's okay. I think for those people, the expectation that you will ever just stop looking for a partner because you're suddenly enough on your own is, like, not really realistic. And I think it's also, like, kind of unfair, because there's nothing wrong with wanting to be partnered, but I do think that you need to have a certain level of self-esteem and respect with yourself in order for that relationship to be able to be healthy, right? So you need to be at a certain place in order to be able to show up well in a relationship. But I don't think that, like, you will ever, like, the expectation that, like, once you love yourself enough, you will no longer need another person. I think that that's kind of unfair expectation to put on yourself. How has marriage versus a relationship affected your anxiety/OCD? Are there new levels of challenges, or do you feel more secure? So again, for me, I feel more secure. For other people, they're going to feel more anxious, right? For someone who maybe has relationship OCD, where they're constantly, like we were talking about, questioning if they're in the right relationship, the idea of getting married might actually be incredibly triggering for them, and something that, like, they have to work through in order to be okay with it. Whereas for me, I tend to feel more safe once I have more commitment. And so for me, I actually feel like my anxiety in the relationship, I don't feel anxiety about my relationship. I'm more just have anxiety as a person, and then that's brought into my relationship, which are two kind of different things. But I think the other part is that is the keeping my side of the road clean, like that, like having to work on my OCD because I live with someone else. Like it's no longer just about me. Like I have to get this thing under control because it's impacting my partner. As a female, how can I be more confident in the bedroom? Oh, that's so interesting. I think that, again, the way that we talk about ourselves, the way that, like, sometimes it's a little bit of fake it till you make it. I think that maybe adding something different, so adding like a toy or an outfit, or like mood lighting, something that just sort of like makes it like, oh, I have a little more control over this experience. I'm sort of steering this ship, this interaction a little bit more. And then I think it's really just sort of like, sometimes we just put on more confidence than we feel, and then our brains are like, oh, we're acting confident. Maybe I should also feel confident. And those things are love and connected in a big way. How do I deal with the fear of never finding the one compared to my friends and family? I'm a little behind in settling down, having kids. Yeah, I get this. My mom and my sister both married their college boyfriends, and I didn't find my partner till my 30s. So I understand having like very different experiences than the people that but I think using the terminology "the one" might be getting in your way a little bit, right? Because it's an expectation that you're searching for a diamond in the rough, that there's only this one specific person out there for you. And I actually think that we're compatible with like thousands of different people. Like the idea that like it's so rare to find a good connection, like yes, but also no, like as we were talking about earlier, like once you get a little less rigid about what you're looking for, and focus more on like the things that are truly important rather than like some more superficial details, you might find that like you are compatible with way more people than you think you are compatible with. And I actually really am against terminology like the one and soulmates. And I actually really prefer that like you meet somebody, and then over time, based on the relationship that you've built, they become your soulmate rather than you instantly having that level of intense connection. What are some ways to work on that relationship/marriage OCD? Yes. So I think honestly, one of the main ways that we deal with OCD is exposure therapy, right? So being in a relationship is exposure therapy if you have relationship OCD. Being able to tolerate the discomfort that comes with not knowing, right? So that kind of get back to what we're saying is like when your brain is asking you those questions, sort of like learning how to reply, I don't know. Like, I don't know, and I'm never going to know. So maybe just shut up, like instead of asking, like, I love to think of my OCD as something outside of myself. Other people might disagree, but for me, thinking it as something that I'm up against rather than the thoughts that the thoughts are real, because if it's me versus my OCD, then I can say like, look, I get why you keep asking me this, but also like, I'm not going to engage with you right now. I don't have to answer your questions just because you're asking me them. And so I think working on the way that you think about your OCD or your anxiety and sort of personifying it outside of yourself, and then sort of changing the way you talk to it can be helpful. Okay, so I think we're back. Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you all so much. This was so wonderful. And if you want a copy of my book, it's over there. Thank you.
I feel better already. I feel relaxed. I feel like I don't even have to underthink. I guess it's never gonna happen for me. I'm not gonna say never because I'm gonna be positive, and I'm gonna say one day I'm gonna underthink, and it's gonna be great, and I'm gonna be zen, relaxed. Give me just 1 second because I want to see if we can get a light thing going over here. So hang tight for 1 second, grab a coffee, and we'll be right back. Junior, can you turn me down on my headphones? I don't even know what that means because I'm like not a singer or whatever, but I guess it means like you're like, oh, I can't hear myself. Yeah. Or up or okay, I get it. It's like a yeah, okay. Okay, so wow, how did everybody feel about Allison? Yeah, like this is like you guys were like, yes. And then I saw you guys were sitting together and I was like, whoa, this is like next level. So this really worked out so well. Very excited about that. Fantastic. Yeah, I really, really enjoyed that. Thank you so much on the stream for hanging out with us. We had a little technical difficulties, but no worries. We're feeling good about it. So coming to the stage next, or already on the stage, really, is Troy. And we had such an interesting conversation when we first started talking about this because in our in our mind when we were kind of putting this event together, we were thinking, we really wanted someone to really outwardly show what BDSM is about. And you came at it from a different angle and blew our minds. And really, like, we were like, oh, no, yeah, that's the way to talk about it. That's the way, especially because, I feel like a lot of our audience is newbies. A lot of people who read the site are, I don't know that much, honestly, about BDSM. And I definitely don't have know enough about harnessing my confidence, I guess, is really kind of my feeling. So I'm very excited to get into this. So Olivia Troy is here. Olivia, you go by Troy. If you guys have seen Billions, if you guys have seen Bonding, what's another one? Tell me. So many. Oh, you're doing is it on? Uh-oh. Sorry. There you go.
So, hi, I'm Olivia Troy, and I am an intimacy professional, both a professional BDSM practitioner as well as an intimacy coordinator and BDSM consultant for film and television and theater and opera and all the things.
Ooh la la! That's see, wow, so many. It's so amazing, and I've seen. I haven't really seen Billions, but I did watch a lot of Bonding. So so cute. So I'm gonna let you take the stage, and you're gonna lead us in getting to understand BDSM from kind of a different lens, and I'm so excited. So I will let you have it. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for having me. I'm really excited to be here and to talk to you about bringing BDSM home. So I have spent like the last 20 years working in intimacy and kink, and first as a dominatrix and currently as an intimacy coordinator, as I was saying. And so one of the things that comes with that work is that I don't know how to make small talk anymore. I go to cocktail parties or events or things like that, and the moment someone says, "Oh, so what do you do?" and I tell them, then next thing you know, they kind of go, instead of saying like, "Oh, well, that must keep you busy," instead they're just like, or talking about the weather or talking about sports or what they're going to do for the weekend. Instead, they just lean in and they go, "I'm so glad you're here. I have so many questions for you. Can I ask you some questions? Because my husband," and I then proceed to have the most personal conversation about people's sex lives in the middle of some party. So on the one hand, I love that because I love that whatever it is about me, whether it's because of my job or just my presence, that people feel safe in talking to me about their interests and curiosity and asking their questions. And it also just allows me to think a lot and share a lot about what I've learned in my 20 years of active experience in this. So next slide, please. This is going to be weird because I have the glasses which see close and the must be far. And hi, welcome to getting older. So after 20 years of cocktail party deep dives under my belt, I can say that what most of the stories and predicaments that I've heard have in common are that someone is in their relationship who is either very clear about what they want or very clear about what they don't want, or they have no idea what they want and they don't know how to talk about it. And why would they? Because for those of us who came of age before the internet, you weren't encouraged to talk about sex. You were just expected to do it, figure it out. And even with the resources of the web, when it comes to sex, pretty much all the language that we're given to talk about it is either science or porn. Next slide, please. Is that gonna, I don't know, did we say the videos aren't gonna work, right? Okay, so this is a clip from Mean Girls where it's basically the sex ed class in Mean Girls where the coach is saying, okay, don't have sex. And, don't do it missionary, don't do it standing up. Just, because if you have sex, you're either going to get pregnant or you're going to die. So don't do it. And okay, and here, everybody take a rubber. So, and that is, next slide, please. Thank you. So, and if that's the talk that you had about sex, if you had just some sort of uncomfortable birds and bees conversation with your parents, or just that sort of weird, misinformed conversation with your peers as a kid, it's hard to know how to take that language into adulthood when you're talking with your partner and talking with someone you love or care about, or even talking with someone you just met that you want to get intimate with, like about what you like, what you want, and how you want to feel. So I'm going to talk with you about how to bring kink into your bedroom. But before I get into specific activities and techniques, I want to focus on how to create a safe, communicative, consensual space for you to explore anything intimate that you'd like to pursue. Because how do you get consent if you don't know what you're asking for? How do you know what to ask for if you don't know what you want? How do you confidently take control or surrender control if you haven't communicated what you want it to feel like for you? Every sex coach will say, communicate. It's so important to communicate. But communication doesn't work. It's basically meaningless, everything that you're saying, if there's no understanding behind it. So I want to empower you with how to establish a dialogue with your partner and use that to learn how to build amazing BDSM scenes. Next slide, please. So before you approach your partner, it's important to take some time to have a deep and honest conversation with yourself. What do you want? What do you like? And a lot of us don't really take that time to interrogate. We say like, well, I like what my partner likes, or I like what I want, or my partner's going to tell me what they want and I'll just do that. But we have responsibility, each of us, no matter your gender, to identify, to really take a moment and think really closely about well, what do I want out of this? What do I get? What does sex mean to me? What do I want to put kink? Do I want to do kink or BDSM because I'm trying to revive this stagnant sex life that we have, or spice things up? Do I want to do it because I have this long held fantasy that I want to live out? Or maybe you just want to add some tricks to your sex toy bag. But it's important to ask those questions for yourself. Why am I here? Why am I doing this? Because when you have a really clear sense of your why, you can express yourself more confidently when you're talking with your partner about what you want. It's also good to think about what turns you on. Do you know if you get mostly aroused by spontaneously, you just kind of, a cool breeze comes, you're just you know what I want to do? Or are you more of a responsive arousal type where you need someone to touch you or initiate, or you have to see something or read something, or just have the stars aligned in order for you to feel comfortable and safe to be turned on and to want sex? Do you like the slow burn of anticipation? This sort of the all-day tease of something, or the knowing that when you get home tonight, there's going to be some magic happening? Or do you want the flare of fireworks? do you get off on your partner's pleasure or arousal? Like, does their enthusiasm incite yours? Or do you prioritize your own? Is it like, hey, I can take care of myself, and it's, if you're good, if you're okay, I'm fine, but I know how to take care of myself and I know what I need. And also, when you're thinking about bringing BDSM into your bedroom, it's important to think about, like, are sex and BDSM connected for you? For some people, it isn't. I mean, for some people, BDSM is a kind of sexual expression, but it's not necessarily the way that you feel in kink and in doing kinky things isn't necessarily erotic. It's gratifying in a different kind of way. So it's important to, but some people, they want to, like, oh, tie me up, and we can say curse words. Yeah, we're all adults. Yeah. Okay. So we can say, like, tie me up and fuck me, or I want to be helpless, or I want to be on top, or I want to just, or I want to use you or objectify you, or I want you to hurt me. And while you're hurting me, I want you to, penetrate me, or I want to penetrate you. So for some people, it's really connected, and for some people, it's really separate. Like, it's, I like to be in bondage. I like to be just tied up and held still and feel like I'm just in the deepest, most cocoon of a hug, and then just know that I'm safe and taken care of, and that I don't have to think about anything. And so maybe that's what it is for you, and it's not really a sexual thing, but it's still a deeply personal and intimate thing. And it's important to understand how those two connect for you or don't, so that way you know that the kinds of BDSM that you're looking for, or the ways that you and your partner are going to start exploring, are consistent with what your desires and what your needs are and how you want to experience it. And then also, what's your intention with all of this? Because part of what BDSM is about too is having, especially if you were taking a dominant role, it's like you have to have a goal or an idea of what you want, because how do you dominate or lead or control if you don't know where you're going? So, maybe your intention, though, is that you want to feel seen or present during sex. Like, you want to feel connected to your partner. Or maybe you want to feel, like in the kink sense, you want to feel overpowered, or you want to feel tenderly cared for. Maybe you want to feel objectified. You want to feel beautiful and sexy, and that your partner is just looking at you and going, like, oh, I want that. Maybe you want to feel creative and adventurous, like, hey, let's just try crazy things. We'll swing from the chandeliers. Do you want to feel efficient? Maybe you're into service and you want to, like, oh, I did a good job at this, or I did really well, and that's the thing that's exciting for you and gratifying for you. Maybe you want to feel possessed, owned, or dominated, or surrendered and submissive. Going back to what Allison was saying earlier about sex and the kind of sex you want to have, I think it's also important to think about, like, really, what does sex mean to you? Because we're so conditioned to think that sex is just, that it's just like, especially for heterosexuals, that it's just P and V, and that, somebody's going to have an orgasm, or one person's going to be naked, and someone is naked, someone has an orgasm, and that's what sex is. But maybe sex for you, and the reason why you say, like, oh, I want sex, it's like you're not really thinking to yourself, oh, I want the P and V, or the penetration, or the making out, or even the orgasm. Maybe for you, sex is, that's the time that I get to feel really close to my partner. That's the time that I get to be vulnerable. That's the time that I get to experience touch. That's the time that I get to feel wanted or needed or desired or sexy. That's the time that I get to feel powerful and in control. And think about what sex means to you, because the other reason why you do that is that if you're thinking about sex in this broader way, that it's not just like fucking, but that it's more this, like, hey, it's my, sex is when we connect, sex is when we touch, sex is when we talk, sex is when we see each other, then you might actually find that you're having a lot more sex than you thought you were. Next slide, please. So once you have thought about what it is that you want, what your intentions are, what your, like where this fits in for you, where these activities that you're considering fit in for you, then it's time to think about like how to start that conversation. And part of how you do that is just by extending an invitation to your partner to talk with you. You can schedule it with, hey, I've been thinking about some kinky things and things that I'd like to try with you. And I was wondering if you might feel like talking about it. And if you feel like talking about it, we can do it, at some time when you're ready and comfortable. And maybe in the meantime, you can think about some kinky things that, if there's anything kinky that you're thinking about, then you can bring those too, and we can talk about those together. You can also do things like use a movie or a TV show or a news article that you see as a prompt to sort of start a feeler conversation, keeping in mind that the first reaction from your partner may be one of like rejection or dismissal or something, but that's because a lot of us are really trained to say, if you hear a story about someone being poly and it's just like, oh, they're just cheaters. Or, we're conditioned culturally to sort of think about sex in ways that maybe don't really fit us. And also sort of like what Allison says, like you have to do the thing that's right for you and right for your relationship. And maybe you're in a relationship where you feel safe and comfortable enough that you can have non-monogamy. Maybe this is a relationship where you actually feel very committed and focused on each other and you want it to be monogamous. So you understand that like when you're having these different relationships, that who you are in them, who you are in relation to that person, the things that you want, like every time, every day, it can be evaluated and reconsidered. Consent is something that we always say consent is freely given and it's also reversible. And so just because you may feel one way today or feel a certain way with one person doesn't mean that you're going to have those same needs or those desires or those same feelings with somebody else or on a different day. Maybe there's a dynamic in your relationship that's changed over time where you feel more confident about being non-monogamous or you feel more confident about being monogamous. So when you are broaching these conversations with your partner, take the time to just ask questions, to give them space to, and give yourself space to really think about, do I really feel this way? Or am I just thinking I'm supposed to feel this way? And that's why I'm reacting the way that I am. And whenever you choose to bring it up, make sure that it's in a low stakes setting, one where you both feel comfortable speaking openly, you're not pressed for time, and there's an understanding that this may be an ongoing conversation. Next slide, please. All right, so this was a Tenacious D song called Fuck Her Gently. And what I love about it is, he says, what's your favorite position? That's cool with me. It's not really my thing, but I'll do it if it's cool, if it's good for you, and what's your favorite dish? I'm not going to cook it, but I'll order it from Zanzibar. And so it's, but the point of the song is this just sort of fun thing of saying like, hey, I can have this conversation with you. I can have it without judgment. I can ask you what you like. And even if it's not something that I love, I'm happy to do it because I care about you. And so when you're expressing your desires to your partner, it's important to use I statements. For example, like, I get so turned on when we try new things rather than you always do the same thing. And it's also important to be specific. It's a lot easier to say yes when you know what you're saying yes to. So say, I'd really like to try temperature play rather than I want our sex life to be spicier. Because again, it's like, be specific because I want it to be spicier. What does that mean? Like, well, you need to talk about what it means to you. So the more specific you can be, the better. Invite your partner to share something that they've been wanting to try and listen without judgment. If your partner expresses some concern or uncertainty about an activity, emphasize that it's about exploration and that you're doing this together to find a consensual path that you both enjoy. Similarly, be receptive to and respectful of their hard no's. A yes is meaningless if there's no space for their no. Encourage and validate their sharing. When you're having these conversations, say, I love that you're telling me this. I love that we get to talk about these things. I'm so excited to know this about you. I really appreciate you listening to me without judgment. Or it really turns me on to hear you talking about this. Enthusiasm is a heck of a motivator. And we all know that when you're with someone, like their excitement for something can often feed your own. You may not have thought that you were into it, but seeing how they respond, seeing how they react when they're reacting with joy and enthusiasm and light, it makes you like it more too. Next slide, please. Communication needs understanding. Some of the biggest killers of intimacy are feeling self-conscious or misunderstood, or feeling like you're not enough or that you're too much when it comes to your partner's needs. The idea here is that you not just talk, but that you also make sure that you're understood. Next slide. And for that, you have to get curious. If they say something that gives you pause, get curious. Ask them to share more, not from a place of criticism, but instead from a place of support. Ask, well, how does it make you feel? Or suggest that they tell you about a time that they tried something similar. Ask if they've ever fantasized about something that made them feel that particular way. Or if they've done something else, or if there's something else that they've done that achieved that same state for them. What did they like about it? What didn't they like about it? The more curious you are when you ask those questions and how you respond to those prompts and how they respond to those prompts, like these, that will provide you with invaluable insight that may give you a direction to pivot if a scene isn't going well, or improvise something to get back on track. So for example, if someone says, oh, I really want to try, like I want to experience pegging. And you say, okay, well, what is it that you like? How do you want to feel? Have you ever done it before? What did you like about it? And when they say, oh, well, I just like that feeling of being full. I like that feeling of it makes being pegged makes me feel helpless or vulnerable. Then perhaps if, you start to do it and then for some reason it's just like uncomfortable, or it's just not working that day for you, or, for the two of you, then where you can go then is saying, okay, well, if you want to feel vulnerable or if you want to feel helpless, then maybe if we don't do a little pegging, maybe this is a good time to try a little bondage or a little blindfold, a little sensory deprivation, so that you can have that helpless feeling or that vulnerable feeling, even if we're not able to do this other thing. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so now that we've talked about it, let's be about it. Creating an atmosphere of dominance. Next slide, please. So whatever kind of kink you're doing, and this is really important, it's important to claim it as yours. And that means that this is for your pleasure, it's for your enjoyment, and it's not for anyone else's definition of fun or their definition of kink or what real BDSM is. You can get dressed up or not. And this is what we were talking about, what Keisha and I were talking about before. She said, oh, we want someone to wear like a latex cat suit and, and boots and, have a whip. And I have a whip and I can throw the whip and I can do lots of things with that whip. But really the thing that makes me powerful, the thing that makes me dominant and in control isn't the clothes at all. In fact, I'm more dressed up for you guys now today than I am when I go to work in the studio. Sweatpants, I always tell the people that I play with, like, you want me to be comfortable, because if I'm dressed comfortably, I'm gonna fuck you up. Because I'm not worried about like the latex dripping out, and me like sweating on the latex and or worried about like getting anything on my leather, or or like a corset making it tough for me to breathe or move around. Like, I want to be comfortable so I can crawl all over you and take you however I want and do whatever I want with you, however I want with you. And for that, I need comfy clothes. So that's how dominance works for me. Now, for some people, it can be that, like, when I put on that cat suit, when I put on that corset, it's like armor. I feel strong. I feel like a superhero in this. And that's the thing. That's the clothes that give me the confidence to take control of a scene. And it's important just to figure out, again, what works for you. What do you like? What do you think about? What do you want? Give yourself permission to please yourself first, to excite yourself first, to activate yourself first. Similarly, with a lot of BDSM, there's lots of talks about, we have to have a contract, or, you have to call me mistress, or you're going to kneel, or you don't look at me, or you don't speak this way, or whatever. And again, if those things work for you, great. If they don't work for you, if they feel silly, or I'm fascinated by protocol, but as much as I want to incorporate it into, my play and my practice, I can't, because I can never remember the fucking positions. I can never remember. Like, I'll tell them, oh, I want you to do this. And then I'll go like, no, wait, I want you to do that. And I just feel like I'm kind of like going all over the place. So having those kinds of rules, having that kind of structure doesn't feel powerful for me. It doesn't make me feel more in control. What makes me feel more in control is sort of operating from my gut, from interrogating from myself in the moment what I want, what I need, and also looking at them and reading them and going, and this is what I want to give you, and this is what I want to do to you. So I'd rather have that spontaneous agency than an imposed agency that comes with a contract, or that comes with some kind of, agreement, or that comes with titles and capitalizations and things like that. But for other people, those kinds of things make a lot of sense, and it helps them give order to their desires. It gives a structure to what they want, and that feels really good for them. So it's whatever makes you feel most confident, most safe. Or if you're submissive, and sorry, this is a very sort of like femdom oriented talk, because that's what I am, and it's really what I know. And I'll go into that in a little bit too. But there is, it's about what is most comfortable for you. And if you identify as a bottom, then it's also like, hey, if you want to, be this sort of like a shy and a submissive who takes orders, then that's great. If instead you want to be a submissive who is in service to your dominant, but has agency and competency and expertise, but you use that to powerfully make your dom's life better, then go with that. That's absolutely real too. So your expression of BDSM is yours. If you want to play music, play whatever you want to hear. Play Beyonce, play trip hop, play metal, play country, whatever it is that feels good to you. You can talk or stay silent in your scenes. You can laugh, you can bark, you can caress, you can pinch, you can fumble, you can mess up, you can stall and start over, you can end early. You have permission. This is your scene, it's your time, it's your connection with your person. Own it. It'll be okay. At the heart of BDSM is consensual power exchange. Someone is doing and someone is being done to. So we use words like mistress and submissive, or master, dominant, top, bottom. I don't personally use the word slave, although that still does exist, but we have all kinds of ways to talk about a bottom or submissive or someone who is in service. So often the person who is doing has some kind of plan in mind. And personally, as I was saying before, I find that with my experience, it's less that I need a plan so much as I need a set intention for our play. So sometimes that intention can be personal. I want to have an orgasm. Or sometimes that intention is for my partner. I want to take them out of their head a little bit. Sometimes it's a mutual intention. Like, I want to feed my sadism with their masochism, and we're both going to really enjoy this. And sometimes the intention is an activity, like I'm going to peg him, or we're going to do like a long ignore bondage scene. And setting the intention as a dominant is a lot like walking through Times Square during rush hour. You know, when you are walking down a really busy street and there are people everywhere and you're just sort of like, jostling and getting bumped. But if you kind of like have a vision and you almost like see through to where your destination is, it's like the people just part and you can kind of walk almost uninterrupted through that crowd. And when you let your eyes, and the same thing applies here. So if you're taking control, know where you intend to go so that you can lead your sub and the scene without getting jostled. And this doesn't mean that your intention can't change mid-scene. It's just important that you have one, that you like have an idea about where you're going. And again, like I said, we can get sort of caught up in like, oh, we have to like do this really big thing. But a BDSM scene can be as simple as, I would like to have an orgasm today, and you are going to get me there. And this is how I'm going to facilitate you getting me there. I'm going to use you to get me there. Or I'm going to, or I'll tell you what to do, how to do it, or I will just take control and do it. And obviously you've had those conversations ahead of time about what their limits are and what their boundaries are and what they're consenting to. So you know what's available to you. But it can be as simple as that. And that makes the scene a success. If at the end of the scene, you've had your orgasm, ding, you did it. And it's that simple. It's also obviously that you want to have safe words. You can use the traffic light method, which is red, yellow, green, where red means stop everything. We need to take a break. We either need to like talk out what's happening here, or we just need to end the scene entirely. Yellow means ease up, slow down. I'm hitting a limit. I'm getting close to red, but I'm not there yet. But, pull back a little bit. And then green means everything's good. Keep going. Let's go. You can also, for a safe word, you can come up with a word or a phrase that's easy to remember and unlikely to be said unintentionally. Safe words are really nice to have when you want a way to communicate when your brain may not immediately be able to access more precise words to express yourself. Maybe you're in a bit of subspace and you're just kind of like, when you're not able to articulate how you're feeling or what you need, that you could just kind of go yellow, because that's about all you can handle at the moment. So I am really fond of the phrase, clear boundaries, no limits. So when I talk about here opening the frame, that's about making clear boundaries for our scene, especially if you're into rough or edgy play like verbal humiliation or degradation, cuckolding, mind games, certain kinds of role play. It's really important to have an unambiguous start and end to your scene. So maybe it's a phrase like get on your knees, or maybe it's something like putting a collar on them or some piece of clothing that you both put on to indicate that you are in scene now and that's what's happening. That's how you're relating to each other, is within the context of this scene. And maybe it's something like you play specific music, but it's something that lets you both know that we are starting a scene now, and that everything that happens within this frame is the scene, and outside the frame, you get to resume your mutually respectful, caring, equal partnership. And when you're playing within that frame, in support of your intention, yet flexible to adapt and adjust if needed, again, clear boundaries, no limits. When you've laid that communication groundwork, you know exactly what you have to work with so that there's space to improvise if needed while staying within the bounds of what they've consented to. And once the scene concludes, take a moment to close the frame. Use an action, take off the collar, take off that particular piece of clothing, say thank you. The top can say thank you to the bottom can say thank you to the top. You guys can't exist without the other. Maybe you just give each other a kiss or a fist bump. Good job. Just something that allows you both to like signal your brains to gear down. And hopefully, at some point before you've been playing, that you've also established what you both need by way of aftercare. If your partner's aftercare needs are incompatible with yours, make sure there's a plan in place so that you can both get what you need. For example, I'm not really big with aftercare. I don't like to get it myself. Like as a top, my aftercare is usually, in my studio, my aftercare is usually like cleaning up, or sometimes, because I want that ritual of putting everything back in its place and sort of meditating about the scene and kind of experiencing it as I clean up after everything. And sometimes, my aftercare is that I want to go have a cheeseburger. So it is, but for other people, and when it comes to giving aftercare, I can sometimes forget. Like I like to check in a lot when I'm playing and be very present and be very close. My particular style as a dom is very aware and sensitive, a little nurturing, a little caring, but I'm very touching, I'm very present. And so, I'm kind of always there with the person. I don't do a lot of humiliation or like heavy kinds of psychological sort of breaking people down play. Most of what I do is sort of creating this safe space for them to kind of like lift up. So in that, I don't often have a need, or I kind of forget that somebody might want to have a little hug afterwards, or like, hey, have some water and let's have a snack and, chit chat or whatever. But it's important just to understand like what your partner needs, what you need, and then make sure that you can give that to each other or have a plan in place for how they get that. Next slide, please. What is your pleasure? So I want to, for this next section, share some ideas on how to keep a scene flowing and what to do when you don't know what to do. Next slide. All right, so this was a clip from Wolf of Wall Street. It's where Margot Robbie's on the floor and she's saying, I've just decided I'm gonna throw away all my panties. I'm gonna wear nothing but short skirts, and you're gonna have to be seeing a lot of this. And he's getting very excited. He falls down on the floor and she's like, but you can't touch it. This is what's going to happen. This is what you're going to do, so on. And it's really great. And what that was an example of is how to be verbal in a scene. If you don't know what to say, the easiest thing to do is to say, like if coming up with kinky talk or dirty talk or whatever doesn't come naturally to you, the easiest thing to do as a top is to say, describe what you've done, describe what you're doing at the moment, and talk about what you're gonna do. So like, oh, I just tied you to this bed and you can't move. And now I'm gonna tease you. I'm gonna just torture you, and because you're so vulnerable and helpless. And then when I'm done torturing you, I'm gonna crawl on top of you and I'm gonna have my way with you. And there's nothing you can do about it. What you did, what you're doing, what you're gonna do. And you can say what you're gonna do because you have a plan. You have an intention. Another thing that you can do to kind of get your kinky scene going, a lot of scenes, whether it's impact play, which is like, hitting with floggers or whips or bondage, you're tying people up with rope or casing them in leather. If it is, things like humiliation or degradation, if you're like, making someone feel low or unworthy somehow, like a lot of those things, almost every scene can be enhanced and elevated through activating different senses. So whether it's things like temperature play, like ice cubes or candle wax, maybe there's like just the heat of your breath against their skin. If you lean really close and just, it's a lot warmer on their skin than if you, food and fluids, activate their sense of taste, whether you're giving them something to taste, whether it's yourself or maybe slipping a cherry in their mouth or a piece of fruit to refresh them, but something that just like activates their taste, engages their senses, gives them something else that kind of like that's happening simultaneously with the kinky things that you're doing. That can be really enlivening and really elevate and excite your scene. Things like music. I often play to, especially when I'm doing impact play, I use music a lot, and I will rhythmically do my strokes to the beat of the music for a couple of reasons. Like one, it's fun. It feels like dancing, and it allows me to kind of feel vibed in with what's happening. But the other reason is because it allows the bottom to, as they're processing those pain, that pain and those sensations, they kind of know, based on the beat, like when the next strike is going to be, and they can use their breath to follow that. They can prepare themselves for it. And so it allows them to kind of sink into the experience as well, because that music is kind of acting as a little bit of a guide instead of the randomness of, erratic strikes. Which is a different experience too. Like if you're hitting asymmetrically, let's call it, then that will keep somebody on their toes. That will keep them in a state of agitation and discomfort, rather than if you're going rhythmically, they can kind of just like meditate and fall into that experience, the corporal sensations, and just kind of like sink into it like a warm bath almost. I said breath, bells, sounds, the creak of leather, the clank of metal, the scent of perfume. If you have oils, natural body scents, like just giving them a good armpit or something like that, just to like let them inhale you. Like those kinds of things also can be really exciting and really enhance what you're doing to them otherwise. The next thing is that you don't need thousands of dollars worth of equipment to make a great scene. There's this idea that like, oh, I have to get all of this stuff or whatever. And you don't actually. I've done incredible scenes with just like a spatula and, and a piece of rope. Because what it is, it's about ultimately BDSM is really about your connection with your partner. It's about how you two are relating to each other. And again, doing things that make them feel a certain way and that make you feel a certain way. So you don't need all the gear for that. So I very much recommend that you play with what's accessible to you, play with what you have, improvise until you gain enough experience and confidence and knowledge about what you like and what you don't like and what you need to know the gear that you want to invest in. And I do mean invest, because this is very much a situation where it really behooves you to buy once, cry once, as I like to say. So many people will say like, oh, I got this and, but it's cheap or it's easy or whatever. And then they end up buying the same thing like 3 or 4 times because the cheap thing doesn't perform or doesn't do the thing that they need it to do. So once you identify what you need, try to find sort of the best expression of it possible, and invest in that, because it will save you a lot of time in the long run. Buy once, cry once, my favorite. The next thing to do is to create anticipation. There's no rush. Remember to tease, to linger. Take the time to undress your partner or let them undress you. Keep them guessing. I often like to make sure that every scene I do also includes what I call the jolt. And the jolt is just like a sharp, swift moment of undeniable control and authority that assures them that I am indeed in charge. It's like on the roller coasters, when you're going up and you ride the roller coaster, and you're and invariably on a roller coaster, you're like, "Wah!" and you're screaming and going up and down the hills. And then at some point, out of nowhere, you'll just be like, "Boom," and they'll just like the brakes will hit, and you'll just be like thrown away, thrown in your seat, and you're just like, "Whoa, where'd that come from?" But that's the thing that kind of just like knocks you back into the moment of, yes, this is what you're doing. And so you want to try to like have those moments too in your play, that just kind of like make the person that you're playing with very present in your scene. One of the things that I love about kink and BDSM is that it does just force you to be so present in the moment. Like sometimes when you're doing really great kink, it's hard to like think about your TPS reports or about like, the chores you need to do. Like instead you're just like, holy shit, what the fuck is she doing to my balls? And that's all you have on your mind at the moment. And I love that about that. It often feels like a great escape. And when you're going through periods of stress and when you're in lots of preoccupation, sometimes being able to escape into a good BDSM scene where you're just sort of focused on processing the now, much in the same way that like if you practice yoga or meditation, that you get like very present and in the moment, and in the flow. Like it's a real gift. And remember to breathe too. As a top, if you're topping, your breath is going to help focus you. It's going to give you rhythm and pace and purpose. And as a bottom, it's going to help you process your sensations better. So if you, it's okay, it's all right. Those sensations too. So it'll help you process your sensations better. So because a pro tip is that if you exhale on impact, you actually won't hurt as much. Our body tends to process pain by clenching up, and you can't clench when you're exhaling. So if you exhale with pain or intensity, then it'll actually allow your body to allow that intensity to go through your body more smoothly. And if I'm playing hard and I see my sub struggling and and really trying to keep up with me, I often like to do a check-in. And like I said, I check in often with my play partners. And one of my favorite ways to do a check-in, especially if they are having an intense moment, is to say, do you know what your safe word is? Do you need to use it? And I love that technique, because when you say that, it first of all checks in, because do you know what your safe word is? Everybody is now reminded that they have a safe word and that they have the option to use it. But then when I say, do you need to use it? It gives them a conscious moment to either say, to check in with themselves and go, yeah, I do, or fuck no, I don't. Keep going. And you're able to do that in a way that sort of allows you to retain control of the scene without losing the dynamic or the vibe or interrupting the energy of it. Other times, if I don't want to go the safe word route, I'll command them to like, tell me the first 3 words that come to your mind. And that's a great way to figure out like, okay, well, where's their head at? Because, if they come up, if the first 3 words are bored, TPS reports, then I know that I've got some work to do. But if it's just like, why, blah, then I know that things probably are going really well. And that they are very present. If their words are like, wow, yes, more, then then that's really exciting too. So that and it's helpful to get a clue into their state of mind, because sometimes it's hard to read or hard to know. And for physically intense scenes, I'm always checking skin color and temperature for chill or clamminess. If you notice that your bottom is like getting pale, or if their skin is suddenly really sweaty or clammy, it's probably a good idea to stop what's going on, because their body may be going into shock. That's the beginning signs of their body going into shock, and they might pass out. So I'll also avoid keeping someone in any kind of like stress position, especially if they're standing for too long, like for 15, 30 minutes or so, depending on them and what I know them to be capable of. And sometimes I'm just checking in with just a big old smile and just letting them know, like, I'm having a great time and I'm really glad we're here. So, because at the end of the day, this is about pleasure. It's about, I think BDSM is about joy. It's about feeling. BDSM is like a direct deposit to some of our body's most intoxicating chemicals: oxytocin, serotonin, adrenaline, endorphins. It's the good shit. And it should be a good time for everyone. Next slide. And so now what I wanted to do was a little bit of an interactive part. So not quite the Q&A, but I wanted to invite any of you, if you wanted to maybe role play some conversations, some consent conversations, some I'm curious about conversations, some play conversations that you might like to have with your partner about bringing BDSM into your bedroom. And so if you'd like to volunteer and make it less about you, I'm going to ask you to play the role of your partner and how you imagine that they would respond, and tell me what your intention is, and then I will be you and role play as you for how to have that conversation, or model a conversation that you might have with your partner. So does anyone have any kink that or BDSM thoughts or expressions of desire or intimate need or want or curiosity that they want to talk to their partner about but are not quite sure how? Yay. Please go.
So I think in my situation, my husband and I have both experienced kink with other partners, and we have struggled to bring it into our bedroom.
Okay. All right. So I will be you, and I will say, hey, I know we've both, done some kinky things, and I was thinking that maybe, like, I'm feeling really safe with you, and I'm really excited by like the stuff that we've gotten to do together. And I was thinking that maybe we could try to do some kinky things ourselves. Can you tell me about like something that, like, is there something that you did with a previous partner that you really love that you miss doing?
And you know this about me, but I like being very confident in bed. And I think one of the things that is a big turn on for me is taking what I want and being able to have complete control in our relationship. You and I are both equals. You and I share a lot of responsibilities in our household, and we have a partnership that is difficult for me personally to separate from the experiences that I want to have in a bedroom, where I'm dominant and submissive. You and I, the rest of our lives,
Yeah, well, I mean, like one of the things that I think might be fun is if, we can just kind of like set aside a time that just for this hour, I will be completely submissive to you. And that it is just, we'll, we'll put on like white t-shirts. And when we're wearing the white t-shirts, I will be submissive to you. And that will be, and that's what that means. And so we can have these moments that every time you see me in a white t-shirt, you know that I'm feeling submissive. And so, and we could try it that way. And so then that way, if I'm not in my white t-shirt, then obviously I'm your equal. We are both in charge. We both have autonomy and agency and choice and, and can lead our household. But when I'm in the white t-shirt, you're in charge. And I'll just say yes. But probably not a white t-shirt because then I don't know how often you wear white t-shirts, but okay, great. Does anyone else have an idea that something that they'd like to explore with their partner that they want maybe some ideas on how to talk about it with them? Yes. Mm-hmm. Ooh, I love that. Oh, you did great coming up with that question. I like that. So I think that the way that I think the way that that happens actually is, yes. Okay. Oh, thank you. So, and please, if there is anything that I have said that you're just like, what does that mean? Please ask. Again, I've been doing this a long time, so there's a lot of stuff that I just sort of take for granted and sometimes need someone to sort of say like, oh, that's a little 301 over there and we're at 101. A praise kink is when you get pleasure from someone praising you, from compliments, from telling you did a good job, from just giving compliments, giving praise, giving whatever. It's like that is a very satisfying and gratifying way. Those words of affirmation, like that's her love language, is what it means to have a praise kink. So so it's more important for someone, if you give someone flowers, that might be great for some people, but someone with a praise kink would rather hear, thank you so much. You were so great today. And that's more important than getting flowers or getting a pat on the back even. So I think that the way that you express that is when I say, thank you, you did good, then you say, well, in fact, if you now I'm trying to like reverse it and I'm you and you're me and there's somebody. Anyway, if someone says, thank you, you did good, then just say, oh, I love, that makes me, like I'm just beaming right now. It feels so good to me. Like just, praise them for it, and reward them. So, it can help also if you want to be a little bit more subtle about it, like figure out what it is that they like to get. And then when they give it to you, then you give it to them. And that way you have like this wonderful, exciting reinforcement loop that's happening. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Mm. Okay. Well, first, what does dominant mean to you? Because for some people, it can mean, oh, I want you to choke me and push me around and slap me or whatever. What's the song? I'm Vanilla Baby. I'll choke you, but I ain't no killer baby. All right. Anyway, so for some people, it can mean the dominance. What they say when they mean like, oh, I want you to be more dominant, is they want that like physical domination. But maybe what you mean by more dominant is, I want you to initiate sex. I want you to tell me what to do with my body. I want you to tell my body how it should respond to you. I had a lover once who would say like, we'd be having sex and he'd be like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. And it was just like, yes, that's where it is. Oh my gosh, how'd you know? So like, I love it when somebody, in sexual dominance, that they act like they know my body better than I do. That's very exciting to me, because I'm a Capricorn and I feel like I know everything. So it's like, oh, you have expertise in me? Wow. But I think first the thing is to sort of decide what dominant means to you in bed. And then and then express it. So are you comfortable talking about what dominant means to you? And by verbally dominant, is that verbally dominant in a... Okay. Commanding, loving and commanding. Like, so it's a little bit of, so it sounds like there's a little bit of like, you're like good girl, that kind of stuff. Okay. So, I think that it helps then to, give some of that language. Like, I want to be a good girl for you. Can you, and if I do something that you really like, first of all, tell me what you really like so I can do it. And if I do a good job, you can let me know that too. And, I want to hear from you. I want you to tell me what you want. I want you to tell me what you like, and I want to do my best to please you. And, and if I do a good job, you let me know. And again, if they're able to, if your partner is able to, answer that, if they're responsive and they give you what you like, then affirm it. I love it when you do that to me. I love it when you say that. Yes. Oh my God, I'm going to come if you do that again. Like, give them that affirmation. So again, your enthusiasm breeds their enthusiasm. Your encouragement will create will inspire their action. And then I think also it's probably, it might also be good if your partner says like, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't know, maybe it's because, okay, well, why are you not comfortable? Because you don't know what to say? Are you not comfortable because you are more submissive yourself, and you're the one who wants to hear good job, and that also means that we can just take turns, and or why don't you talk to me the way you want to hear it, and then I'll talk to you the way I want to hear it, and then we can give that to each other. But having that kind of conversation, outside of role, outside of, like, you're not having it in the moment in bed, but just, hey, I want to talk to you about, like, I have this idea about this thing that we could try, because I really would love to hear you encourage me and top me with some loving words of support and control. you know, and if that's, you know, and I also want to hear what you want to hear from me too. And let's think about some words that we can use for each other. Does that make sense? Great. Thank you. Does anyone else have a role play that you want to go over with me? Okay, the next slide. Thank you very much. What? Wait, is there something else? Well, we're gonna have a so that's the end of this talk. But what I wanted to do now is that now's your opportunity to ask me questions. You can ask me on the Minty. You can ask me on Minty whatever questions you might have. I'm also happy to talk about specific kink activities. I brought a few toys up here. They're mostly impact toys. But if you have any technical things that you want to talk about, if you have any 201, advanced questions, I don't know where everybody is as far as their experiences with BDSM or kink, but I'm happy to answer questions on the full gamut of whatever it is that you're thinking about and wanting to explore, try, bring into your relationship, get away from. If you want to know on dating apps, like how to identify a dom who's safe, we can talk about things like that too, because there are a lot of crazy ones out there. Okay, how do you? Oh, do I have? Oh, yes. Yes. Well, absolutely. And so here's the thing. It's like, I find kink fascinating in that it's like, well, what is kinky? I mean, like sometimes I'll say like, I don't really think of myself as kinky. Like, I totally get off on regular sex. And I can be really vanilla sometimes. And also, the things that I do are, I remember once, someone asked me like, "Oh, would you consider yourself a freak?" And I'm like, "Well, what is a freak exactly?" And they're like, "Well, it's someone who'll do anything, anytime, any place, anywhere." And I'm like, "Well, but if I'm with someone that I trust and care about, and we respect each other, why wouldn't I? What's like if I feel safe with them, why wouldn't I?" So, as far as like what to do as an introductory thing, it kind of just depends on where your thresholds are. So, as I said earlier, like probably at its core, BDSM is about a power exchange. So, someone is doing the driving and then someone is on the receiving end. So once you kind of like have that dynamic in place, then it is, then what you're doing, if you are moving with intention and power and control, and the person is receiving your intention and power and control, whether it's I'm going to get on top of you and pin your arms down and I'm going to ride you until I have an orgasm, that's kind of kinky. It can also be, if you want to do, a little bit more, if you're talking about like real physical activities or like explorations of pain or sensation or sensory deprivation or things like that, blindfolds are very easy to access. I use the ones from the airplane, honestly. So blindfolds are great for that. Pinching the nipples, whether with clothespins or just your fingers or fingernails, exploring how, like, where the sensitivity is in the nipple, like to kind of like get a good grab, like at the, like when you kind of get the areola, like an underneath the nipple part, like not just the tip, but they're different sensations, and you can kind of play with your own nipples a little bit too to sort of figure out like, oh, this feels good and this feels like ouchy. We like to say good pain good, bad pain bad in kink. So you want to think about like the thing that gives you good pain, and also if you're doing something like bondage, you can just use a scarf or something, and just or even if you don't have anything like that, one of my favorite things to do is to say, sit on your hands and look at me, and let them sit in that moment, because it's very powerful to actually have stillness and and use that to your advantage. So that's a kinky thing you can do that doesn't require any equipment. It just requires intention, So, and those are really accessible, and see what happens, see how they respond. If you say like, sit on your hands, in fact, to do it, sit on your hands. Yeah, sit on your hands. Just sit on your hands. And it's like, I can just watch you and see how you respond, see what you do or don't do. If I came up to you and then like touched you, you can't touch me back. You also can't stop me. You can maybe squirm a little bit, and, like those kinds of things. Like that gives you a moment to just sort of like be present, be connected, and have a vulnerability. So, okay, you can get up now. Okay. I feel like bondage can be time consuming. What advice do you have for people who want to play but also love cookies? Okay, I love this question. I'm going to stand up a little bit too. So bondage is my specialty. I love bondage. I do a lot. Like that is my core kink. And it can be time consuming, but it can also be really fast. Saying sit on your hands, that took less than 5 seconds. And that's a form of bondage. If you want to do something fast and you want a quickie, sometimes how when you're taking off your shirt and you get a little stuck in your shirt, leave it like that. And then have them, lying in bed with their shirt up. The shirt now covers their face. It's kind of pinned their arms a little bit. That's bondage. You as the top have control in that situation. They're a little bit helpless, and you can get your quickie in just like that. Another way to do quick bondage is just maybe even something like rubber bands. You take just like the rubber bands that you have for your vegetables, and just use it to like tape the thumbs together, to bind the thumbs together, and say like, this is just, we're gonna hold you just like this. And it's a little stretchy, but if you do it a little tight enough, there's a sensation, your hands are held, and it's just a quick little easy, you've got it at home already kind of thing that you can do. Also things, bondage can also take the form of gags. So just maybe like stuffing your panties in somebody's mouth. Trader Joe's has these really great, they're little sponges that they're flat sponges, and they're cellulose sponges. And when you put water on them, they expand. And I love to just like take those Trader Joe's sponges, cut them in half, put them in someone's mouth, and then pour water in their mouth and make the sponge expand. And now you have this instant invisible gag. And so nobody can see it, but they can't talk. And so, like my favorite is actually to go to dinner and just slip it in their mouth, like right as we sit down. And then when the waiter comes to the, and tell them to take a sip of water. And then when the waiter comes to the table, it's like, they can't say anything. They just have to, It's delightful. Yes. As a top or as a bottom? okay. Yeah, great. So that's a really great question. So if you if you were doing a scene and maybe when you're in the moment, but like sometimes, for some people they have an orgasm and all of a sudden like what seemed really hot at the time just feels like ew, weird, like dirty, oh, or whatever. Like you get really kind of like it's a sobering moment, like a cold water thing. Or maybe it is just you were in the moment and maybe you went a little bit further because you were so excited and inspired and aroused that you maybe went a little further than you expected to. And afterwards you're kind of going, oh, what did I just do? I think that it's important to, one, just for yourself, just go context. That was in a moment. I was really turned on. I was really excited. But also when you set that frame and you say, that was the scene, it is not who I am. I do not have to go there again. If it really is something that you're uncomfortable with, you can always just say to your partner, like, hey, that was fun, but I think that was enough of an experience for me and I don't need to do any more of that. You can also, but if it was, whoo, that was edgy and I don't know how I feel about it, like take some time to really interrogate as well. Like, okay, so why am I feeling uncomfortable about it? Is it because do I feel like, have I upended my thoughts about like what kind of person I am? Have I shown a kind of vulnerability or a need to my partner that like I don't feel comfortable with them quite knowing about for me? Was that it? Like that. And then when you do that, like give yourself permission to say, okay, you know what? I do feel a little funny about that, but I want to sit with that and I want to think about why that is and think about then what I want, like how I can move that a little bit so that I can have that same kind of fun, but without that sort of funky feeling afterwards. Okay. Oh, am I doing any of these? Or we're done.
I think,
okay.
Okay, if you could do a little quick.
All right, I'll do it quick. Thoughts about doing BDSM during a one night stand. Consent, talk. And also you want to have much stronger boundaries with a one night stand than you do with a regular partner whom is going to process with you, who's going to know you better, who's going to work with you through these things. The BDSM that you do with someone that you're only going to be interacting with once or very, very casually, and when neither of you feel any responsibility for taking care of each other, you want to have much stronger boundaries and not go as far as you're capable of, but still find the places that you can go that allow you to feel what you want to feel without feeling so much that you have like repair and processing work to do. So,
Yeah. Did that get to the heart of it? How do you feel about it? Do you feel better about it now? You'll maybe consider trying something. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Troy.
Thank you.
It's just that actually. That was okay. I was listening in the back and I was like trying to, I'm like, how do I even? You got me with the hands. I know we talked about the hands thing, but first of all, I didn't know you were gonna like do that, and that was amazing. That was so cool. But the question about the quickies, yeah, that was. That was a really great answer about like it's really not just. It's just like just something that small. I had no idea that counts. The Trader Joe's thing. These are gems. These are true gems. Thank you. That's creative. You're a very creative job. I love it. This is amazing. So thank you so much for speaking, and I really appreciate having you. And this was so great.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it too. I love talking about kink. So
Yeah, if you have any questions later. So let us know where to find you
Yeah.
and all that good stuff.
All of that is, it's Olivia Troy. It's basically oliviatroy.com, Olivia Troy on Instagram, and so on. So anyway, thank you all so much.
wait, hold. I mean, wait a minute. I literally don't even have my own drink. Wow, welcome back from break, and I hope everyone is enjoying a cocktail. Emphasis on the cock, I suppose. Coming to the stage, I'm very excited that we were able to secure a performance at the very last minute, so we really do appreciate it. From Shag. So Shag, they have a shop in Williamsburg, and they also do. I'm sorry, Ashley, you'll have to do the website again. I'm going to let you do all of it. Don't worry. But they also do a Shibari workshop, okay, at the Moxie Hotel. So if this performance strikes you, then you can join Ashley and Valentine for a little bit more, something a little bit more in depth. But this is going to be like, let's just drink our champs, let's relax, let's get, let's just vibe, baby. Yeah, yeah. Valentine put together a beautiful playlist. This is going to be just oof, okay? So I would like to welcome Ashley and Valentine to the stage, please.
We'll do it at the end. Yeah.
I think so too. page, and then I found dance again, and then dance again led me to Crystal, and then here we are dancing. So it's like this serendipity, baby. You know what I mean? Like, this has been just a lovely time, and it's so good to meet you, and I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me. If we could turn the lights up a little bit so we can all see each other. And I might kind of come down. I don't really want to. I can't see you guys. Hi. I don't know if anyone knew that they were signing up for a quick little dance class, but I don't want you guys to feel any type of way. I like to call my dance classes Dance It Different. I am a dancer, but I am not a professional dancer, right? Anytime you dance, you are a dancer. And it took me a while to say that I was a dancer. I kind of run my classes where we get in touch with our body. We've been listening to a lot of talk, so I want to get us moving to start, and then I'll talk a little bit throughout each dance. So the first song is really just to warm up our bodies. It's very important to warm up prior to any type of physical exercise. So we're going to be a little bit intentional with this warm up, and this is the only time that I will have you guys actually follow me for movement, but again, you don't need to. So while we're doing this, we're going to go head to toe, and we're going to really think about the movements of our joints as we're doing this, and think about what those joints do for you in your everyday life, right? We often think about when we're in pain or when we don't like something, but we don't often give our body the praise that it deserves when it's doing good things, right? My neck is holding my head up right now. Very simple, something we don't think about, something we don't give gratitude to. So that's what I want you to do during this warm up. I want you to head to toe. You can stay seated, you can stand up, do whatever's comfortable for you. Close your eyes, keep them open. And just remember that the only person judging you here right now is yourself. Nobody else cares what you look like. You're holding your own self back. So embrace your body. Okay, if we could put the first song on. we're going to let them go, and then we'll move on to embracing who we are now. All right, so again, don't have to follow me. I want you to move your body, encourage you to take up space, move throughout the room, and take those past versions of you on a little journey. And we can play the next song. And take a nice deep breath in, feeling your stomach expand. Hold it there and breathe out. Do that a couple more times, really thinking about those past versions of you and coming into who you are now. Always coming back to yourself is a really key thing to remember in times of stress and times of overwhelming. You are always there, right? You always have your breath. You always have yourself. And you need nothing else. So take that. This next song, you're going to really embrace who you are now. I want you to get your sillies out, get your movement in, really be as big as you can take up the space. Okay? Alrighty. We're gonna be as free as possible and we can start the next song. Right. So when I first started dancing, I started dancing alone in my room. And even then, I could feel myself holding myself back. Like nobody was literally there watching me, and I still felt trapped in my own body. And I remember thinking about those videos Britney Spears posted dancing, and everyone commented like, "What is she doing? What's going on?" Right? And I was like, "Let me just try moving my body like that. Nobody's here. Nobody's watching me." And I felt so incredible after, right? Moving my body without thinking about what it looked like, something I'd never done before. So I encourage you guys to do that with nobody watching. Ooh, like I catch my breath. Also, I always preach to do what your body needs and like rest when you feel it, take some water, take a breath, but I'm not very good at doing that myself. Okay. So this last song, we're going to practice just one more, don't worry. We're going to give ourselves the opportunity to shine, right? We've all we're all in a little group right now, right? This is a nice safe space. Nobody's judging us. This is the time to practice being who you are authentically, right? I don't know any of you except for you. Um, and so you can be whoever you want to be and try that out, right? You can try out a million different faces and decide it's not you anymore, or decide I want to take that on, but use this space as that opportunity. So I want you to, if you feel brave for any point of this song, I want you to come on stage and do a little dance. If you want to, if anyone comes up on this stage, I want all of us to give them that practice. Give them that audience to shine. You are that safe audience. Be the person that you want supporting you. Okay? So before we start that, we'll do a nice, really silly breath to get us in the mood to be silly. So this is a lion's breath. And if you could, by the name, we are going to roar. Okay? So I want to hear your loudest roar possible. So we're going to breathe in as deep as we can and roar ourselves out. All right, we're going to do 2 more roars. All right. Loudest roar that you can. All right, and let's get this last song in and practice your shining. Jazz hands. Awesome job. So I always end my classes just showing gratitude to our bodies. So you can close your eyes, do this without moving. I like to kind of use my hand to guide myself down and just thank all the parts of my bodies for allowing me to participate and to move. Yeah, and I just want to express a little gratitude to you guys for dancing with me. And I know we have lunch after this, so another great way to thank your body for all that movement, to refill it up. And yeah, thank you for having me.
Wow. Here I am stressing out in the back. I'm like, oh, I got to get the thing to the link to the thing and the StreamYard and this is and that's and da 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 da. And then I just came out here and danced a little bit and god dang it, if I don't feel better. So it's weird. It really is. So, dude, like, wow. Yeah. Yeah. And it's crazy that you were saying that you weren't a dancer before. Like, actually, you know what? Tell me how you got involved with dance again.
Yeah, so actually I called off my wedding and didn't know. Yeah, Dance Away Bride. So I called off my wedding and realized that I had spent the last 12 years with someone and growing up with someone and I didn't know who I was. And so I said, okay, let me think back. What used to bring me joy, right? And dance was something. I actually had gone to the Dancing with the Stars live show. And I was like, ooh, I want to do that. And I started Googling ballroom dance classes and then found Dance Again. And Dance Again is a company in Brooklyn. They'll be in Jersey soon. And they have dance classes for adults. And it's a really comforting community that you feel safe dancing in. And the first class I took was called Move to Right. And each week we focused on a different goddess and we embraced them through our dance. And that was the first time that I had ever danced improv, right? Or without choreography and just moving my body. And was my first experience of, oh, I don't know what to do. This makes me uncomfortable. If you're not telling me how to move my body, I'm not sure what it is. And then after weeks and weeks and weeks, I became so much more comfortable in that. And realize how much it helped me to release different emotions and to get through different things and just how important it is to listen to your body and to let it tell you what it wants to do.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay, amazing. I needed a hug, apparently. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to like molest you, but I was like, I needed a hug. Love it. Yes.
So you can follow me on Instagram, Crystal Mulligan. I'm really just starting out. This is my second class that I've done. Well, as I said, I'm an occupational therapist, so I actually do this with 70 to 90-year-olds weekly. So dancing looks a little different for them, and it's another opportunity of people who've told me over and over again, I can't dance anymore. I don't dance. I'm in a wheelchair. I used to love to dance. I can't dance, and we teach them that dancing looks different and dancing can be different. So, yeah. Oh, just at Crystal Mulligan. That's me. Thank you.
Oh.
Thrifted it.
Haha. Also, yeah, thrifted. Well, this is not thrifted though. Maybe, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate it so much. And actually, yeah, this makes a lot of sense because my outfits are always thrifted. So this is Zara. Don't tell people because, like, I guess it's like a whole thing. You're not supposed to be boycotting and I don't know. Anyways, I bought it secondhand, so I didn't pay directly. And my shirt is by Momotaro Apotheca. Lindsay Wynn, who's going to be speaking a little bit later. She makes these amazing shirts, and all the proceeds, of course, go to support your local sex workers. So that is very cool. And also just like a cool shirt, like whatever. It's like a great shirt. I love it. So we're going to have a little bit of lunch, grab something to eat, and then we're going to come back, I believe, with Danielle of Openly Committed. Long awaited. I tell you what, I mean, me and Danielle have been talking for a while, and like, when she sent in her slides, I said, whew, okay, like I'm into it. I'm interested. I'm impressed. I'm ready. Like I'm ready to learn. And like talked about little sister circle. It's going to be great. You guys are going to love it. So grab a quick bite and then we'll come right back because we're running a little bit behind on schedule. Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Welcome to a world where technology embraces pleasure with elegance. Introducing O, your gateway to a new realm of intimate connection designed exclusively for you. O is powered by the Handy's revolutionary technology, which transforms sound waves into sensations for a profound and heightened pleasure experience. Tailor your journey with a diverse range of vibrations, making O one of the most adaptable companions available. More than a vibrator, the Handy O is a refined companion that effortlessly syncs with your favorite audio and video content. Whether you desire a mood-enhancing audiovisual experience or wish to use O as a remote controller to elevate pleasure with your partner wherever you are, O provides the option for a truly personalized and luxurious experience. Revolutionizing pleasure, reimagining connection that bridges the gap between fantasy and reality.
Hey, this is JP, the co-founder and CEO of Odoki, the company behind The Handy. First of all, a big thanks to Dirty Lola and Desire Summit for showcasing our product, The Handy. I really wish I could be there myself. Keep an eye out for our new female product, the O, launching in May. And in the meantime, make sure you enjoy the sleeves that we put in your swag bag. Enjoy the summit.
Welcome to a world where technology embraces pleasure with elegance. Introducing O, your gateway to a new realm of intimate connection designed exclusively for you. O is powered by the Handy's revolutionary technology, which transforms sound waves into sensations for a profound and heightened pleasure experience. Tailor your journey with a diverse range of vibrations, making O one of the most adaptable companions available. More than a vibrator, the Handy O is a refined companion that effortlessly syncs with your favorite audio and video content. Whether you desire a mood-enhancing audiovisual experience or wish to use O as a remote controller to elevate pleasure with your partner wherever you are, O provides the option for a truly personalized and luxurious experience. Revolutionizing pleasure, reimagining connection that bridges the gap between fantasy and reality.
Hey, this is JP, the co-founder and CEO of Odoki, the company behind The Handy. First of all, a big thanks to Dirty Lola and Desire Summit for showcasing our product, The Handy. I really wish I could be there myself. Keep an eye out for our new female product, the O, launching in May. And in the meantime, make sure you enjoy the sleeves that we put in your swag bag. Enjoy the summit.
Welcome to a world where technology embraces pleasure with elegance. Introducing O, your gateway to a new realm of intimate connection designed exclusively for you. O is powered by the Handy's revolutionary technology, which transforms sound waves into sensations for a profound and heightened pleasure experience. Tailor your journey with a diverse range of vibrations, making O one of the most adaptable companions available. More than a vibrator, the Handy O is a refined companion that effortlessly syncs with your favorite audio and video content. Whether you desire a mood-enhancing audiovisual experience or wish to use O as a remote controller to elevate pleasure with your partner wherever you are, O provides the option for a truly personalized and luxurious experience. Revolutionizing pleasure, reimagining connection that bridges the gap between fantasy and reality.
Hey, this is JP, the co-founder and CEO of Odoki, the company behind The Handy. First of all, a big thanks to Dirty Lola and Desire Summit for showcasing our product, The Handy. I really wish I could be there myself. Keep an eye out for our new female product, the O, launching in May. And in the meantime, make sure you enjoy the sleeves that we put in your swag bag. Enjoy the summit.
Welcome to a world where technology embraces pleasure with elegance. Introducing O, your gateway to a new realm of intimate connection designed exclusively for you. O is powered by the Handy's revolutionary technology, which transforms sound waves into sensations for a profound and heightened pleasure experience. Tailor your journey with a diverse range of vibrations, making O one of the most adaptable companions available. More than a vibrator, the Handy O is a refined companion that effortlessly syncs with your favorite audio and video content. Whether you desire a mood-enhancing audiovisual experience or wish to use O as a remote controller to elevate pleasure with your partner wherever you are, O provides the option for a truly personalized and luxurious experience. Revolutionizing pleasure, reimagining connection that bridges the gap between fantasy and reality.
I'm ready, I suppose. Am I ready? I'm never. Oh, hey, Junior, can you change the little scrolly thing on the bottom to Danielle OC, please? Yeah,
I did not
'cause we have
realize
two.
that my handle was OC. I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. Open commitment, openly committed OC.
Yeah, but do you not like the OC?
Really?
She hates the OC. Wow, you heard it here first, guys. Danielle of Openly Committed hates the OC. Ooh, that's effed up. That's up. And actually, we're on the East Coast right now, so you can say whatever you want.
When you look at me, do you think OC? Like, is my vibe?
No, I guess your vibe's not OC. Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. Okay, guys. So welcome back. I am so excited to have Danielle talk. I tell you, this has been a long time coming, and
I don't know if you guys know this, but the original summit we were going to have in New York was going to be in October. And so you and I have been chatting since, almost a year at this point in time.
yeah.
And now we get to actually meet in person. It's like pandemic all over again. Yeah.
she's shorter than I thought. That's what
I guess a lot.
She's got a big personality, which is why you guys are gonna freaking love this. Oh. I'm too shy to say things like that. Stop it. Wow. Thank you so much to Ashley for my amazing shag bag. Okay, great. So I'm going to I'm gonna let Danielle take it away. She's the pro of all pros. And look, I don't know. Look, I don't know if I can do an open relationship. I don't know yet. So this is what I want to hear so I can assess for myself. So, okay. All right.
I love it. So I know that there's some people on the live stream, and it sounds like they'll still be able to send in questions that way. Is that right? Yes, we have a thumbs up. Hi everyone, I'm Danielle. I go by Openly Committed online on TikTok and Instagram. And if it's not obvious by my title, Openly Committed, I'm in an open relationship. And I've been in an open relationship for 14 years. And today we're going to talk about rethinking relationships. And that is the topic, because I am not going to try and convince you to be in an open relationship. I don't try and convince anyone to be in an open relationship, but I do like talking about it. I'm not going to lie. So as I said, I've been non-monogamous for 14 years at this point in time. I'm also married. I have 2 kids, a son and a daughter that are 10 and 6 years old. So my husband actually convinced me to start a TikTok about 2 years ago rather than a blog. I was like, I'm gonna write a blog. He's like, no one writes blogs or reads them. Don't do that. It's a terrible idea. And I have about 180,000 followers at this point in time. So I talk mostly about non-monogamous content. I think of myself as an educator, speaker, aspiring author. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. And I am a ski instructor. I don't know if you guys were here when Allison was talking about ski instructing, but I am going to address that. I'm not going to lie. So I started sharing stories from my open relationship publicly because there's not a lot of healthy examples about non-monogamy out there, or at least there really wasn't 10 years ago, and there's still not today. So I talk on TikTok about open relationships, and I have heard it all. You cannot offend me. I promise. I have heard everything online. I've been told I'm brainwashed and manipulated, and I have no self-esteem, and I'm sad, and I'm not enough for one person. It goes on, and then I get a lot of criticism for normalizing and glorifying non-monogamy and open relationships. Please ask any question you want. You will not hurt my feelings, I promise. Because at the end of the day, only 5% of the US couples out there are non-monogamous. So 95% are still monogamous. Monogamy works for a lot of people. And actually, quick show of hands. Who here is non-monogamous? Who here is monogamous? If you're non-monogamous, raise your hand. Yeah, well, congratulations. We do not represent the United States average. For those of you who are monogamous, either here or kind of or on their live stream, if your partner asked you to be in an open relationship, would you feel hurt? And please be honest. I don't know if I can actually see the live polling results of this one. Anyone? Okay, it sounds like I won't be able to see the live polling results, but I will tell you that when my partner, my husband, asked me 14 years ago to be in an open relationship, I was hurt. My feelings were hurt. I thought I had just met the love of my life. And he asked me, hey, do you want to be in an open relationship? We'd been dating for 2 months. We were on our first vacation. And I was sitting there like, what the just happened? I thought I was in love. I thought this was going in the right direction. What do you want? What do you mean you want to be non-monogamous? I don't even know what that means. And I've come a long way since then, but I want to acknowledge the fact that we are so deeply ingrained in society that, that non-monogamy equates to failure, that it equates to something's not working, that it equates to someone not loving you. And I think if there's any stereotype I want to break publicly, that's definitely the one. Because I get this a lot. Let me guess, it was his idea. It was my husband's idea. And oh my God, I now speak out to hundreds of people online. Let me tell you, it's the women that are advocating for open relationships. Ladies, not the men. But it was my husband that brought up the idea of an open relationship. And if you know the story, I apologize. But he and I, we'd been dating for 2-3 months. He brought it up. And he brought it up as an open topic. It wasn't an ultimatum. It wasn't a choice. It was really kind of I want to have this conversation with you. And he brought it up as a way to affair-proof our relationship. We fell in love instantly. It was so nice meeting you. Guys, I'm sorry. Hi. Bye. So he brought up this idea of being in an open relationship as a way to affair-proof our relationship. We'd only been dating for a couple of months, but it was love at first sight. So I was living in Amsterdam at the time. He was traveling through. We met for 20 minutes. And then I flew to South Africa, and I was never going to see this guy again. And we stayed in touch the old-fashioned way, which is like Facebook Messenger. You know you're old when. But I got to South Africa, and I told my sister about this guy, and she nicknamed him the 20-minute man. And he still to this day has that nickname, which he's actually quite proud of, because he says, 20 minutes, that's not bad. But it was very much love at first sight. And so when we met, it was a way of how do we make our relationship last forever? And we decided we wanted to affair-proof the relationship. So that was how we were going to do it, is we were going to explore the idea of an open relationship in order to make sure that affairs could never happen, that we could never hurt each other that way, which is sort of a wild concept in hindsight. Because I think one of the things that happened in our open relationship, we went from affair-proofing it to kind of figuring out how do we continuously evolve our relationship and so that it lasts forever. Because I get comments like this a lot. It's not going to work forever. Because that is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's most people's definition of success, right? Does your relationship last forever? And if it doesn't, does that make it a failure? And it's really a shame that we can't do our live poll right now. So give me a show of hands. If a couple gets divorced, and I know I have a divorce lawyer in the room, or a lawyer in the room, excuse me. I have a lawyer in the room. If a couple gets divorced, did their marriage fail? Give me a show of hands. Do you feel like the marriage failed if they got divorced? Again, we're a very progressive audience. Congratulations. Because most people actually do think of it that way. Despite the fact that on average, do you guys know that the US American average for a marriage is 8 years? I've been married 10 years. Who else has been married longer than 8 years? Right? Congratulations. We are better than average. I know it's not really a compliment, is it? The most common reason for divorce is actually a lack of commitment. When we started our relationship, we wanted to do it as a way to affair-proof. We wanted to avoid infidelity. Infidelity is actually only the second reason for divorce right now in the US. The number one reason is lack of commitment. 75% of marriages that ended divorce say that it was due to a lack of commitment. And if you know my content, I call myself openly committed. My website is opencommitment.com. So I wanted to actually look into that word because, again, these are comments that I get that I'm in my 40s. I am 39. I turned 40 in a couple months. Oh my God, I have it. That's a whole different topic and issues and set of aging gracefully that I am not ready to talk about publicly. Let's talk about my marriage and sex and all kinds of things, but we're not going to talk about aging yet. So supposedly, according to TikTok comments, I've never mastered commitment, which brings me to the definition of commitment. So this word commitment, an agreement or pledge to do something in the future. And I, as openly committed, I love this term, that I am open to change. I am committed, and I am committed to us, and I'm committed to allowing us to evolve and our love to evolve over time. But can we take a minute to look at the word commitment? A commitment to improve conditions at the prison. Seriously, guys, this is like Webster is talking about prisons. And then you've got like a financial obligation, for example, commitment to send troops to war. And then emotionally impelled. This is like the worst word I've ever heard of in my entire life, and yet we use it to describe most of our marriages. And so this term commitment actually, I think, leads to a whole bunch of other things that we use as terminology when we talk about marriage. We talk about a commitment. We talk about the word, the one, and I don't want to call out the person who previously this morning said, they were searching for the one, because we use that terminology a lot. We also use the term better half, looking for our better half, which also implies that we are actually not full and entire human beings until we find our second person, until we find our other half. And I say this, I am not a cynic at all. I refer to my husband as like my soulmate and the man of my dreams all the time. He is, he's not my better half. He's my half, but I'm not giving him better, mostly because he might actually be watching this live, and there's no way he's allowed to win that argument in our lives. But we use these terms so often when we talk about love. We talk about our better halves. We talk about our soulmates. We talk about this idea of someone falling in love with us so completely and so entirely that imagine a man that longed only for you, and that man felt completely and fulfilled only by you. And on the one hand, it's like, oh my God, that's a lot of pressure. But on the other hand, it's like, where did this idea come from? And yes, we were in a romance novel panel yesterday, and I'm going to put a little bit of blame on the romance novels, because who here has read a book where a man, most likely a werewolf, an alpha male of some kind, like looks across the room and his like mating bond snaps into place. And all of a sudden he's like, oh my God, that's my mate. I see her. No, come on. You know, you've read a book like this recently, right? Thank you, the romance author. Yes. In my case, yes, it was all the Sarah J. Maas books. And like there's a man with bat wings that's like 500 years old, falls in love with an 18-year-old. That's not awkward. That is pretty traditional in romance novels at this point in time in life. But that term of mate gets used. We have a lot of words that we use to describe this like one person that is going to fulfill all of our needs. And it also, I think, gets us to a point where we use the word enough. And it's a real shame that we don't have our poll going, because this comment I get a lot. Someone saying that they are so happy that they are enough for their man, for their partner, or that their partner is enough for them. Have you ever felt like you weren't enough for your partner? I'm seeing some nods. Yeah, I feel this way too. You know, if you can't satisfy your partner, if you feel like, gosh, I mean, we're definitely going to have a Q&A. I've got 2 Q&A sections, but it is an awful feeling to feel like you're not enough to your partner. But on the flip side of it, this feeling of enough, is your partner enough for you when you flip it down away the other way around? Like, is your partner truly enough to fulfill every single one of your needs, whether you're monogamous or not? Because in my case, I'm going to pull up Allison's skiing example earlier, you know, and she was talking about how like if you could meet your soulmate, but he might not be a skier, and therefore, you know, he might not be a skier, and therefore that's okay, that's allowed. You get to go skiing with your friends. This is a long conversation. I date a lot of skiers because my husband is a snowboarder. Yeah, we're not going to go there. That's like a whole different issue. I actually work as a ski instructor, as I mentioned at the beginning. So skiing is a tough topic for me. It's not actually. Usually try and make it funny. So is your partner enough for you? Because I think that we can all say, you have friends, you have siblings, you have parents. In my case, I have my children. I have so many other people in my life that are providing different value, are fulfilling different needs and wants and desires that I have. My husband does not need to be 100% of my needs in life. And thank God I do not have to fulfill 100% of his needs, because that is a role and responsibility that I am not ready for. And also this idea of more. I love, if you guys haven't yet read Molly Roden-Winter's book, More, she writes a memoir of an open relationship. And the title of her book is More. It's because it's this idea that you can be in a marriage and you can have other partners and you can still want more in your life. You can expect more. It's so exciting. And I really appreciated this person's comment for the flip side of it. It's hard enough to meet one person's needs. Adding another person will just make that harder, not easier. Exactly. I love not being responsible for 100% of someone else's needs. That is a really, really big responsibility. So I'm going to take a breath and a quick wine break. If I can do a quick show of hands. So we saw that about half of our audience is non-monogamous, half are monogamous. Do me a favor and shout out. If you are in a relationship, what's the phase of your relationship? Anyone here in honeymoon phase, like new relationship? Yes? Okay, we've got a honeymoon phase. What other phases? Any other phases? Long commitments, new parents, empty nesters, long. Okay, so you're in like I sometimes call it the messy middle. You're in the messy middle of the relationship, maybe? Past that, you're past the messy middle. Okay. Name for your current phase of your current relationship? You've made it past the 7-year itch. There's so many terms, right, for our phases of our relationships. What phase of your relationship are you currently in? You're an empty nester. We have an empty nester. I know that we had a widow in the room yesterday. I think that that's also kind of a relationship phase that doesn't get talked about often enough, honestly. Any other phases of relationships? Divorced. Has anyone else seen the musical Six? And anytime someone shouts out divorced, it's like divorced, batted, died. Right. Right. Yeah. So 6 years into polyamory? Got it. Yeah. You did have a label. It was probably slutty.
Amazing. I'm sorry. I didn't. Conservative Texas. Good for you. Do you think that the mental I'm sorry, I'm gonna derail here for a second. Lola, could you want to grab a mic? Come up here. Woo! I mean, come on, how hilarious and amazing is this woman? I just met her yesterday and I'm kind of already gonna have a crush. Come here. Do we have Okay, we're gonna sit right here. Ready? We're gonna chat. Okay, so Lola's polyamorous, has been with 6 years, but you just mentioned kind of going through a bit of a midlife crisis after reclaiming the word slutty. Can you talk about that for a sec?
I mean, so I was slutty in high school. I don't know. Nobody ever called me a slut in high school, though. No, progressive high school. But after, it was like, oh, when I met the person who I fell deeply in love with, my brain was like, oh, this is what you've just been being slutty. You don't really need all this. You just needed to find the right person. But that was NRE, New Relationship Energy. That was
Sorry, so everyone here knows what NRE stands for, New Relationship Energy? Cool.
like that. And just like, also, I've been on my own since I was 16. So meeting him, and then we moved in we met when I was 19, started dating when I was 20, moved in at 20 and a half. And I never moved out until he asked for the divorce when I was 37. I'll be 43 this year. So like meeting him was also like, I hadn't had stability.
Mm-hmm.
So stability is fucking intoxicating.
Oh yeah.
And 4 or 5 years in, I was washing dishes and I had a breakdown. So I'm like, where's everything? Where's all the I'm also queer, and he knew I was queer, but I was giving that up to be with him. So I'm like, I don't have multiple partners. I don't have lady bits in my face, like not even titties. So, it was just what's going on. And I ended up having an affair with the first man I ever fell in love with. He was my high school boyfriend.
Oh my gosh.
MySpace was evil. And we reconnected with not trying to have an affair. And actually I was like, I'm going to go meet this friend, this person. He knew who he was. And my ex-husband was like, cool, yeah, have a good time. And then we kept hanging out, and then it turned into more. And then I realized like, oh, I don't want to leave you.
Mm-hmm.
I just need
more.
You
just need more.
I have too much to give, and it can't be contained. And I like people, and I like getting to know people. I like learning your life, your body, all your things. And I need that constant, like, I like moving around, but also being with people steady. So we slowly opened. We did it was like, hey, do you want to go find a person to share? And that was bonding for us. That I was opening up bought us more time, because we would have been over sooner. And then we were swinging. And then I met the woman who became his girlfriend. We had sex first. So I always say, you owe me, because you're welcome. And then we were with a polycule of 6 people for a very long time with that other couple, and that other couple was another couple. And then things slowly started falling apart. And then my ex-husband decided can't do it, which I always said, I'm polyamorous is part of my sexual identity. It's who I am. It's how I love. It's not a thing I'm choosing. It's who I am inside. He was polyamorous by circumstance. So I wasn't mad about him saying I can't do this. I was mad about the way he went about it, but I was like, one day this is going to happen. And then she also left her husband. So the polyamorous nightmare that everybody tells you, they're going to leave you. And I'm like, people get left all the time in monogamous relationships.
It's one of the things that I hear all the time online. It's like, your partner could leave you, your husband could fall in love with someone else, and non-monogamy, doesn't protect against that.
People
either.
have whole families.
Oh yeah.
We read about it all the time. People die, and then they find out they had a whole family 2 towns over, and they thought dad was just selling carpet and he was munching carpet. Like, we don't know. It's but that's monogamy.
Oh my gosh, I love this.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that Lola, as I want to talk about phases, because I think it's so important to broaden our vocabulary that we use around relationships. And I know that I came across a tiny bit cynical in the beginning against, the better halves and the soulmates and the mates and poor romance authors. you know I love you. But I think what I'm starting to see is like, especially in polyamory, we are really talking about our phases very differently when we think about our relationship. So hearing Lola talk about like she had this phase of marriage, but you in that marriage having this phase of stability. And I don't know if anyone here reads Esther Perel, but Esther Perel really talks about this a lot in her book Mating in Captivity. Especially she also mentions it in State of Affairs, which is this idea of so often we crave these two conflicting things. And I'm not saying non-monogamy solves it at all, but in our relationships, we often crave the stability.
Mhm.
You know, I am not going to lie, like getting to come home after this trip in New York, I'm so excited to go home and the dinner and my family and kind of the routines and the stability that kind of comes with that. But at the same time, you know, we as human beings, we still crave the erotic, the exciting, the unknown, the butterflies in your system, the NRE, the new relationship energy. And I think one of the things that open marriages and open relationships, I think, can teach to anyone, regardless of their style of relationship, is like, how do you have those other feelings? How do you get access to those other experiences? Because I think the other thing that you bring up that I talk about a little bit is there are some people that identify as non-monogamous as part of their identity, the way that they're bisexual. You know, like I am polyamorous because that is part of who I am at my core. And it sounds like you fall into this category.
Yeah.
Would you say that?
I'm horrible at I'm not a monogamous person. I don't identify with it. When I was doing it, I'm like, this is horrible. A lot of people do this. And then getting out of it was like, oh, I'm free. But even if I don't have, because I'm solo poly.
Mm-hmm.
My partner lives in California, and he's married and has a child and all those things. But there is the bit of like, when you talk about going home, I'm like, I'm excited to go home to my bed. It's just me. I don't have to share it with anybody anymore. It's great. It's wonderful. And I love that. I do miss having somebody to come home and be like, this is what happened today, but we have cats. It's fine. And I have a roommate. It's all good. But I think it's like you talked about phases and all the things. So I'm in that phase where I'm really enjoying what I have. And then I'm like, what does my next phase look like with my partner? Where if he could marry me, he would. And I said, if they ever legalize it and you ask me, I'll break up with you because I don't want to get married again. Also, you already have a wife.
Yeah.
I would like to live next door to you. I don't want to live in your house. Like that's my plan, is like adjacent.
I love this. You're seeing so many different structures, so many different structures of families. But I think that there's also a very large group of people that don't identify as polyamorous. And I'm in that camp. So I feel like I am polyamorous and non-monogamous by choice. And I'm going to talk about that here in a second. But it's also interesting to me because I'm bisexual.
Right.
And so I dated a woman in college. I felt a lot of shame and guilt around that. And then it was something kind of I opened up about my sexuality later on in life when I was open and could start dating and started dating women. But I still think of myself actually as polyamorous more by choice and less by identity.
Right. Is that because it gives you access to the other bits you would be missing if you were only
I think, having access to those experiences. And I think for some of us, when we talk about polyamory, and God bless Residence 11 Desire Summit, because we just saw Shibari and we have been talking about kink. And like, I am a person that gets so excited by this diversity and variety of experiences. But those do not have to be sexual.
Right.
I think for me, I love the sexual experiences, but there are a lot of people that when they look for things outside of their relationships, they're looking for those experiences or connections or emotions, and they don't have to be sexual. And that is why, again, 95% of the U.S. considers themselves to be monogamous. But that doesn't mean we don't have kind of wants and needs and desires outside of our core relationships. Lola, don't go very far.
Okay. You want me to stay here? You want me to go back to my seat?
Wherever you want to sit.
I'm going to sit in the chair for my knees.
Yeah. It sounds like do we still have the live questions going? Do we still have the questioning going? Yeah. Okay. So for anyone on the live stream, we will also take questions that way. I am sorry, TikTok, you are going to have to get questions answered later. Lola, thank you so much. That was the best kind of, I think that our relationship phases look so different. And I know that I think there's some really common ones. You know, we were talking about honeymoon phase, new parent phase. Recently divorced is officially like a phase when you talk about relationships. A career phase, maybe that's just me. Empty nester phase. You know, there's so many phases that are really, really common. And then there's kind of one of the things that I've been exposed to since talking about open relationships publicly is like these other phases that come into play. A dead bedroom is a really common phase. There is an entire Reddit of 100,000 people that subscribe to a dead bedroom phase of their relationship. Breaks my heart. They need Shibari in their lives. There's also the phase of like, I'm daydreaming and I've read way too much romance novels and my libido is sky high and pretty much the equivalent of like a 22-year-old frat boy, and my husband is not reading those romance novels and we're on different pages. All kinds of phases. This comment from my mother, you know, who else has heard this from their parent? It's like, oh, this too shall pass. It's just a phase. You'll get over it. Oh my God, it drives me nuts. I think one of the things that I've been talking to a lot of people about are these kind of other phases that come into play. Different libidos, body confidence, midlife crisis. I think I'm premenopausal, which is like fascinating. Super high stress levels. You know, we have all of these different phases that come into play. And I'm not even sure I can describe it as well as Lola did, which is that when you have non-monogamous relationships, it also goes through these different phases. People ask me on social media, like, are you polyamorous? And at this point in time in my life, I think I am. I'm going to say I'm polyamorous. But my relationship didn't start that way. So 14 years ago, when my husband and I started our open relationship, we kind of had a swingers phase. Our relationships with other people were primarily physical. Like it was much more about that physical connection than it was an emotional connection. And then we became new parents and we weren't sleeping. It turns out it's very, very hard to flirt with other people and go on dates when you're not sleeping. And you go home and change diapers every like 3 hours. So we were in a phase of monogamy. And now I think I'm kind of in a phase of polyamory at the moment. And then I think I'm sort of always in this kind of phase of open relation, like being open to the next person that comes into my life, the next moment, the next experience. And that's a really wonderful way of thinking because our relationships are super fluid. They're very fluid. I am actually going to come to a stopping point in a second because I want to take a minute to talk through some questions and answer some questions. But when I look back at an open relationship over the past 14 years, I look back early on in our open relationship, my husband and I were very consciously opening up our relationship. And that meant that we had really strict rules. We very clearly defined what is and what isn't allowed, what constitutes cheating. If you're with someone, what happens next? You have 24 hours to tell me this and 48 hours to tell me this. This is allowed, this is not. Our rules were extremely strict. And we needed that in order to build trust. You know, part of having rules and agreements in place is that it helps build trust over time. It helps you know, okay, I said this to my partner and they did it and they listened and now I feel trust and now I feel heard and now I feel like, all right, we can start to expand and try even new things that are maybe a little bit further outside of our comfort zones. It also required constant communication. And I sometimes actually say it required permission. It really required kind of getting this permission, what felt like permission from your partner. Today, our relationship is much more fluid. We talk much more around like communicating boundaries. We already have that established deep trust to kind of rely back on. I call it privacy, but no secrets. You know, we do not share all details. And right now I think of it as getting buy-in, getting buy-in from my partner. I don't need my husband's permission to do things. I like having buy-in. And so I'm going to pause here and go for some questions. So if we can pull up the questions from the live stream, that would be amazing. Because after this, I want to talk about kind of these three concepts. And this is much more like of an open dialogue and more of like a workshop. Because I want to talk about kind of boundaries versus agreements and how we think about them in non-monogamy and kind of how they can be applied to any other type of relationship. I want to talk about permission versus buy-in. I think women, and I don't want to generalize here, but I've talked to a lot of women that feel like they need to get permission to do the girls' trips and the retreats and the things and the shopping sprees, in comparison to men that often feel like it's more getting their buy-in. And then I want to talk about oxygen masks versus batteries. this idea of like taking care of yourself and how that's not selfish. So we're going to come to that in a second. But first, questions. And I know we have another microphone to pass around. And I don't know, Keisha, if we're able to see the questions up on the screen as they come in. Or I can keep talking, but like this needs to feel a little bit more like we're all at dinner at lunch. Right?
I agree. We're looking into it now, and okay.
Here's how to kink partner.
Oh, here's a.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh,
We're gonna come back to the kink question. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I have kink on my brain after the last like 2 hours.
Oh,
First question.
I'm divorced and I would like to explore a solo poly relationship. Where do I start?
I mean, I think that we're gonna pull Lola up here because she's also solo poly. I think after, it doesn't matter if you're divorced, if you're in a relationship. I think the first thing when starting out being open and exploring the idea of an open relationship is to know your why. Why? And I know, and we've heard it twice now, right? We heard it from Tony. Why am I blanking on her first name? Our kink consultant.
What's that? Oh, Troy.
Troy, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Troy. Troy said it as well, kind of knowing your why. I think my first thing to anyone is to know your why. Why do you want to be in an open relationship? Is it because you identify as polyamorous? Is it because you're bisexual and you want to have kind of that sexual experience with someone of the same or a different gender? Is it because you are not satisfied sexually at home? Is it because you want more deeper emotional connections with other people? I think that why is always the good starting point. And I would say the other thing and the other component to this is that if you are in a partnership or you're about to be in a partnership because you're exploring solo poly, being able to say this to your partner as a problem versus a solution. Because I think one of the things that happens a lot is in couples, people will say to their partner, hey, I want to be in an open relationship. Being in an open relationship is a solution. You go to your partner and you say, hey, I want more sexual experiences. I want to try this. I want to try that. All of a sudden, you're going to your partner with the problem and they are part of the solution with you. And that might be a play party. It might be a swingers club. It might be trying something new, but they are part of that solution with you. So that might be my 2 cents.
I liked it. Yeah, I know that made a lot of sense to me. Okay. Oh. Okay, wait. Oh, hold on. Okay, let me jump around here. Oh, well, okay, this is a good follow-up. What would you say to someone who thinks that asking for an open relationship means you just want to break up?
There are people that ask for open relationships and just want to break up.
You're right.
And so I think that this is kind of an element of trusting yourself, trusting your instincts, and trusting your partner. If your partner comes to you and says they want to be in an open relationship, I think that there's a couple things to think about. One, is this an ultimatum? Is this something that you have a choice in? I hope you do. I hope that, you are in a relationship where it is part of building and creating your own rules for a relationship versus just being told you're about to be in an open relationship. However, balancing that with the fact that, are you dating someone who identifies as polyamorous? And I think that is also an important distinction. And there's also a component like, does this person have one foot out the door? I think that breakups are hard. People don't like experiencing them. I still to this day don't like experiencing breakups. Nobody does. And I do think that there is a trend right now that I am seeing across a lot of platforms, social media in particular, where people are saying, they want to break up. And they are more preferable to the idea of breaking up slowly, staying in partnership until they find someone else. So there is no solution.
Yeah, that's just,
Welcome to dating world.
Yeah, we were talking about that a lot last night about just like Lola was saying how you have all of the same feelings, you're still getting jealous. You're still, it's all just love. It's just more love. So if somebody wants to break up, then that's a good. Have I done that? No, I haven't. I have not told someone I wanted to be in an open relationship and actually wanted to break up. But I have told someone I wanted to be in an open relationship and they said no and then cheated on me later. So
There's that.
Yeah. So maybe they wanted to break up. Okay. Yeah. Actually,
I think of it as a rainbow of emotions. You are exposing yourself to both the good and the bad in this like big rainbow of emotions.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, next question. It is up on the screen, actually.
Woohoo! What would you say to someone who thinks that? Oh, we just answered this one. Yeah. So you mentioned privacy, but no secrets. First, I really love that. Second, do you have rules around what constitutes the difference? Yes, I think that in terms of privacy, but no secrecy, safety is obviously incredibly important on this one. So I think that, and the rest is really kind of up to you and your partner. I can only share my personal experience. And if anyone else who is non-monogamous wants to share their experience, please just raise your hand. We're going to hand you a mic because I think it's really helpful for people to have other examples of this. So in my case, privacy but no secrecy means if I hook up with someone, if I am interested in someone, or if someone is kind of interested in me, I tell my partner. Mostly because I don't know about you guys, but like I said, I'm about to hit 40. So if someone's like interested in me, I'm like, I go home and I'm like, oh my God, guess what? This happened. I'm so excited. And yes, my voice goes that high. But I think then also there's a safety component to it, right? I'm going on a date. So I always am communicating my where, my when, what I'm doing. If I'm going on a date with someone, my husband and I find my friends on each other's phones so that if he can always see me from a safety perspective. If I am going to be physically intimate with someone, yes, that also involves telling my partner, like telling my husband, yes, I'm considering physical intimacy. This is what I'm planning. I'm giving you the FYI. And then it kind of comes into that like whole buy-in versus permission. We won't go there yet, but that I think is a good example of like, there's no secrets. There's no secrets about what I'm doing. But at the same time, I never tell my husband the intimate details of someone else that I'm dating. And I don't expect to know the intimate details of someone else that he's dating. As examples. All right, let's see. Do we have other questions? I don't know if I can scroll here. And we saw this one as well. I'm divorced. Guys, anyone here have any thoughts, opinions, comments, rude gestures? Yes.
Hello. Since we are already talking about communicating that with the partner, what about the other person that you start seeing or like that you start doing things with? Because I have the situation and maybe I can get some advice regarding this, but I actually am in an open relationship for 3 years. I just met someone and I really liked them, and we were in Maui. We were having this amazing time, and I didn't want to break the news to the new person about my open relationship, that I have a partner. And that I saw him yesterday for breakfast, and he seems to be very happy. And for the longest, not happy, sorry. He seems to be very interested in me, but for the longest time, I have always told the person that I was going to be with, the new partner, not my partner, not my main partner, that I have that partner. Mm-hmm. But for some reason, I haven't been able to tell this person, and now I feel like really bad, and I feel like
do you feel like you're still able to be yourself?
What's that?
Do you feel like you're able to be yourself with this new partner, or do you feel like you're hiding something from him?
I feel like I'm hiding something, but I do want to tell him. It's just that I have delayed it so much that now like I'm like in this place of like, oh my God, like how am I going to say this to him now? He seems like so interested. And I still have some things that I am working through, in the sense of like being completely honest with myself, with my partner, and the people that I meet that I want to continue to see.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's happening here, but I haven't told him, and I want to tell him very badly, but I don't know how to, like, he's going to take it. And in my mind, I'm already like thinking, well, he's not going to want to see me anymore. And I kind of like him. So all these things.
Do you think time is going to make it easier or better in any way, shape, or form?
It's made it worse. Right?
Yeah.
So maybe if you can talk a little bit about also communicating to the other person. I think that's the point that I'm trying to get to.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you for listening.
It's vulnerable, because I think that sometimes we hold on to these other versions of ourselves, and when we're dating, when I'm a mom to 2 kids. And you know what? Hold on. Sorry. I don't want to derail my thought. Nope. I'm derailed. Done. So I had just given birth to my son. So this would have been 8-9 years ago. And it was the first time I was dating someone after becoming a mom. And I was on the second date. And by the third date, I still hadn't told him that I was a mom. And on the one hand, I loved this feeling of kind of this escape. You know, we were still in like diapers phase and like not, I think we were sleeping at the point in time. But I mean, it was this all consuming role of motherhood. And going on a date with this guy, I got to be the old version, non-mom version of me for a little while. And I still to this day, I don't know if I didn't tell him because I wanted to hold on to that version of me that just felt younger and lighter and not a mom, or if I just didn't know how to tell him yet because it was such a new part of my identity. And you're probably not going to want to hear this. It did end things. Like and it wasn't because I was a mother. It was because that I had waited until the third date to tell him something so important. I hope your guy is different than that one. These things, I think that on the one hand, it never gets easier to wait and say these things later. Come out with it. But I also think like there's, you know, like understanding your why, like why you're not telling him is probably really important to figure out before you do tell him. Like in my case, it was around holding on to my identity. Whatever it is for you, understanding that will probably change how you tell him when you're ready. Yeah. Who here's a parent? How much fun is dating as a parent? It sucks.
The response was, it sucks.
Oh my God. It's funny because now I feel so much more comfortable and excited. And now I'll go on a date and I'll like show off my kid photos, but it took me a long time to get there. And now I also date other parents, so that helps too.
Hello. Oh, it's hard for me because I'm in spaces that typically I'm around younger people that are like in their 20s, mid 20s, early 30s, and I'm in my early 40s. Even though I don't look my age, so nobody ever believes me. So I'm always approached by young men that like don't have children yet.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm not really looking to have any more children. Like my daughter's about to be 18 years old. Like my son is 9 going on 35. Like I'm not trying to change Pampers and not sleep. I already don't sleep enough as an adult. So it's like, so it's kind of hard for me to date in a way where like in the direction that I'm trying to go to. And these young guys are like, you know, they want to have a family at some point. And I'm like, bro, that's not me. Unless you want to like, you know, have like some side, like, you know, what is it called? My stepkids or something like, you know, like, I don't know. So it's kind of hard for me where I'm at. And then like the guys that are closer to my age or like a little older, they're just not fun. I'm sorry. The old guys just young guys are fun. I don't know. Okay, enough.
Oh, don't worry. You're preaching to the choir. Like we will get onto the ski instructor topic. I promise. I have a type. It's an Argentinian ski instructor, if anyone's curious. And yeah, like 8 years younger. Let's. I kind of want to. Okay, here I'm going to answer this question, and then I'm going to pop back over to pop back over to the slides. What if you want to possibly seek a physical relationship outside of your relationship, but the thought of your partner doing the same makes you jealous? Yeah. Oh my gosh, I've got 2 questions to this. So jealousy. Let's talk about jealousy. It is probably the most. All right, we were talking about kind of societal norms earlier. How often, if someone felt jealous about you, did you take that as a compliment? Because if someone else feels jealous, I think that we often in our society talk about like, oh, he wants me so badly, he's getting jealous if I flirt with someone else. It has this weird connotation to it, doesn't it? It's like, oh my God, I want someone to be jealous of me because it's this sign of love. But I think that on the flip side of it, jealousy is deeply, deeply rooted in our own insecurities. And I'm sorry, I can't quote them off the top of my head. Shameless plug. I do a managing jealousy workshop once a month. It's on my website. But at the core of our jealousies are often our deepest insecurities. And I think that in a relationship, your deep insecurities are often along the lines of, could I be replaced? Or am I going to miss out? Or am I, no longer going to be able to provide to our partner? When we feel jealous, it's usually rooted much deeper than that. And so I think that oftentimes to answer this question here, seeking a physical relationship outside of your relationship and your partner having that physical relationship with someone else, what is the core of that jealousy? What is the core of that feeling? And again, or what is the core of that insecurity? Is it around someone else might be able to satisfy your partner in a way that you can't? Is it that your partner might leave you for that person by being physically intimate? And I think understanding that and figuring out what that is, what that core insecurity is, means all of a sudden you have something to solve. You have something that you can work on, that you can figure out, that you can bring back to your partner. And then also having a conversation, because it's a difficult conversation to go to your partner and say, hey, I feel jealous about this thing, because that puts the onus on them. If you're saying like, hey, I have an insecurity about this thing that's triggered when you're with someone else, that all of a sudden is something that's solvable. That is something that all of a sudden you and your partner can work on. So that would be kind of my first steps on that one, is to really understand the insecurity that is driving those feelings of jealousy. And I am not a therapist. This is literally all personal experience and talking to quite a few people. So please take everything I say with like a really big grain of like crystal-sized Himalayan salt. Let me jump back into our slides. And Keisha, give me a time check really quick, because I know that we have a big day and it has already been amazing 2 days together. Time check? 5 more minutes. In that case, guys, so if it's 5 more minutes, let's stay with, I'm going to just breeze through some slides really quickly. No, it's fine. It's fine. You guys don't need to hear me speak that long. It's fine. But I don't know how to get to my slides. How do I go to my slides? Next slide. Okay. Nope, we're just okay, we're just going on to questions. All right, boundaries versus agreements. Guys, I just want to talk about this really quickly, because like what have I learned from non-monogamy that I feel like anyone can take away? Like what anyone can apply to their relationship. It doesn't matter your relationship style. It doesn't matter if you're single, polyamorous, non-monogamous, doesn't matter. So boundaries versus a rule. I like to think of boundaries as the things that I can control, and agreements are things that I have with my partner that I've actually agreed to, that have become a rule that we have set together. It's almost like when I think of it as a house. Like the boundaries are the spaces that I decide are kind of my spaces, and our agreements are the shared spaces. So to give you kind of some examples, when I say a boundary, and I think this is one of the things pretty common in non-monogamy, when I say a boundary, I have a boundary which decides I am not going to be physically intimate with someone until they have had an STD test. That is on me. I get to decide if I am going to expose myself to you based on your STD results. I can have an agreement with my partner or my partners that says we are going to be tested regularly, or we are going to agree to always use condoms and protections with other people. That's an agreement. We can also say boundaries as a bedroom. Like, for example, one of my boundaries is that my bedroom is a really sacred space. I now live with my husband, so now it becomes a rule and it becomes like a shared space. And it is agreement between the two of us that our bedroom is a sacred space that neither of us will bring other people to. And I think one of the things, and boundaries, I now communicate publicly about my open relationship, which is mildly haunting for my husband. And I now only share my stories because they're my stories online to share. They are my content to create. I can't share anyone else's stories. I don't share the stories of my partners unless I create the video and then send it to them in advance and they have to approve it. It's a very long process. But this is how I kind of think about boundaries and rules. And I think people in non-monogamous relationships are pretty good about distinguishing between the two. And it's something that I would really encourage around anyone in any type of relationship. What are the things that you can control? That is a boundary. What are the things that actually require someone else's buy-in in order to be upheld? And that's an agreement. And it makes the conversations about difficult things usually go a lot smoother. Permission versus buy-in. God, maybe this is just me. I'm not sure. Ladies, have you ever felt like you need, it's not even ladies. Have you ever felt like you needed permission from your partner? Hand raise. Yeah, I feel this all the time. You need permission or buy-in. Because this is my difference. It's like permission. I did not need permission to fly to New York and come here. I did need buy-in to make sure that he was going to keep our children alive and that it would be okay. And I think that this is an interesting thing when it comes to non-monogamous relationships, because even in monogamous relationships, you can cheat on your partner. You can leave them and do something with someone else and not tell them. You do not need someone's permission. You are obviously breaking their trust. But when I think of this term of like permission versus buy-in, I want your buy-in. I do not need your permission. And it's changed me as an open relationship. Oh, I was going to talk about books. I'm going to breeze through these guys. I'm going to leave this on one thought, which is an oxygen mask versus a battery. You guys have probably heard this before. You're in an airplane. It says like you put an oxygen mask on yourself first before putting it on your children, right? I am responsible for my kids. I have to make sure that I am breathing oxygen in order to take care of somebody else. An oxygen mask is not good enough when it comes to everything else in my life. I think of it as charging my battery. And being in an open relationship gives me energy. And this isn't the case for everybody. Being in an open relationship, I love, Lola was talking about kind of the energy that she gets from other people and dating other people. I love going to play parties. I love going to like kink events. They're so much fun. It gives me joy. It gives me energy. It charges my battery. I go on long extended ski trips, usually with preferably with cute Argentinian ski instructors. Yes, it's a thing. It charges my battery, which allows me to go home and be the best version of myself as a wife and a mother, because I feel like I get to experience and fulfill these different aspects of my life. And yeah, it's a little untraditional. Fair enough. Physical intimacy with lots of other people, it does not charge everybody's batteries. Whatever type of relationship you are in, I hope you get to charge your battery regularly, no matter what that is. For some people, it's a yoga retreat. For some people, it's a spa day. For some people, it's travel. For some people, it is curling up and doing nothing but reading a really good romance novel in front of a fire with hot chocolate for like 8 hours. Whatever it is that charges your battery, I hope you have a lot of that in your life, because I think it makes us better partners. And that is my spiel. If I had any takeaways and recommendations for anybody, it would be charge your battery, and it is okay to be selfish to do so. I get called selfish on TikTok a lot, often. I'm sure I'm live streaming on TikTok. I can guarantee you there are comments calling me selfish right now. I hope that you seek buy-in versus permission. You get to do what you want in your life. And I think depending on your relationship with your partner, there's a difference between buy-in and permission. I ask for permission too often, where what I actually need is buy-in. And I think my life will be more fulfilling and exciting and adventurous when I think of it as buy-in versus permission. Our relationships are fluid. They are constantly changing and evolving. We have so many different phases. I hope you reestablish your rules, again, whether you're monogamous or not. And I hope you feel enough. I hope that no matter what, whether you are the better half, significantly better half in your relationship or not, I hope that you are committed to that process of continuously evolving and changing your relationship, because it makes the best relationships. We have so much fun. Questions? Thoughts? Yes. Yeah. Do you mind if I do it specifically to non-monogamy? So I think that one of the early rules that my husband and I had when we opened up, and I think this is a pretty common rule, is that I would actually ask for permission to hook up with someone before I did so. And part of this is kind of guilt culture. And like, I think women sort of have this a little bit of shame. I mean, Molly talks about it in her book as well. I know it's mentioned often in Ethical Slut. I had this guilt that what I was doing was wrong, even though I was in an open relationship. And even though, my now husband and I had talked about all the rules, I still felt like I needed to ask for permission to do something with someone else. I still feel like I have to ask for permission to go out with a girls' night, and leave my husband with the 2 kids. It's so, so deeply ingrained. And I think it's one of the things that I am personally working on at the moment, which is, honey, I am going out with the girls. Honey, I am going to New York to speak at the Desire Summit, and I'm going to bring you home shibari rope. You're going to love it. And also now I think I can take more ownership of, hey, this is something I want to explore. I'm going to do it in this way. This is how I would like to do it. Now it's a discussion. And I think it's around kind of having that opening up for a discussion is how I think of buy-in versus asking for permission from our partners. Who needs more wine?
Everybody always.
Everybody needs more wine, right? Okay, guys, help me out. Was this helpful? Like, yeah?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have any more questions or thoughts?
No, I'm glad you were able to stay. You were able to make it. I'm very excited about this. Like real, true questions. No. He's.
Yeah,
We've
go
got
for
a
it.
question.
Oh, I think there's more live questions too. I just can't see them.
I guess my question is, let's say that you, in this beginning phase, and you find someone that you want to open the relationship with. I think my concern is the language and verbiage, to not offend or scare the other person away, and to let the other person know, like, hey, I'm looking for this kind of collaborative experience. This is not just a means for me to do whatever I want to do.
Yeah.
Because, I may be well versed in the language or well versed in the understanding, but this person may not be non-monogamous or polyamorous by orientation. And you find someone that you care about, and you're trying to invite them in as possibly like your primary partner. What language do you use?
Well, ask me. Pretend I'm your partner. Let's like role play. I love that what Troy did.
Okay.
All right. You want to come up in here and have a stool?
Sure. Why not?
Do you want to be the person asking to be in an open relationship or the respondent?
I'll be the respondent.
Okay. All right. Hi.
Hi.
A couple of questions. So when I mentioned earlier the why to be in an open relationship. Do you know
Yes.
your why for why you want to be in an open relationship?
Yes. I guess for myself, I consider myself polyamorous by orientation.
Okay.
I do feel more fulfilled when I have a broader, a wider net of connections, right? So I look at it more like food.
Mhm.
Like my favorite food might be jerk chicken, but I can't have jerk chicken every day. And maybe having like chicken soup reminds me of my grandmother, or a turkey sandwich reminds me of growing up with my friends. There's all fulfilling, nourishing things, but they're not the same thing. And it doesn't mean one is better than the other. And that's how I look at relationships.
Does anyone else think you should say it just like that? Right? I think that these analogies are actually really helpful to say to your partner. I think one of the things that it sounds like we're very similar in the sense that I really value this diversity and variety of experiences in my life, and being able to say that to a partner is I love, when I love the changes and different people. I get turned on by meeting different people. And I think the analogy that you just gave with food is spot on. I'm the same way when it comes to traveling to different countries, different types of vacations, different types of people. I feel like I have no type when I date. I really like different kinds of people in my life. It gives me so much joy and energy. And I think one of the things that happens and is worth saying is going to a partner and saying your opinions and your feelings are so important to me. You are really important to me. And I want to create a relationship that is specific to us. And I want to create a relationship that is not just about my wants and my needs and my desires for a huge culinary diversity in my dating life. But also, I want to know what your needs are and your wants and the different things that you want in your life. Because I want to have a life together. I want to build up the next years or the entire future together. And I want to create something that is really specific to us and has nothing to do with society or tradition or religion. I know you mentioned coming from Jamaica, and is different from the backgrounds that we might come from. And I want to create something that is truly authentic and specific to you and I. Let's figure out how to do that together. This is my need. This is why I want to be in an open relationship. And now I know, and now I want to know about you. What is it that you want? And how do we do this together?
Okay.
But the thing is, and I'm going to say this is what my husband did for me 14 years ago. And it still was hard. It was still hard for me to hear. It still hurt when he brought it up for the first time. And I was curious enough, and I believed enough in this idea that we could create something specific to us, that we spent 2 years kind of figuring it out for ourselves. So after all of that, I would also say that if you were bringing this up to a partner, if you bring up the idea of an open relationship, have patience, be kind, recognize that they are probably going to have a really big emotional reaction. And so giving them space to have that emotional reaction and then be there for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Guys, this has been so fun. Yes, I will talk open relationships and sex and kink and all kinds of fun stuff all day. Anything else? Because I know that we still have a big day ahead of us. We still have so much coming up. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. I
Guys,
think
this is so fun.
I loved it.
I am
I'm gonna let
openly
you-
committed across all of my channels.
Mhm,
So please come
mhm.
and find me there. I respond pretty quickly, especially on Instagram. I'm always up for conversations about this kind of thing. And I do host workshops, usually not specific to non-monogamy, usually things around the communication devices, around managing jealousy. So yeah, come and hang out with me whenever. Thank you.
Ah, fantastic. I loved it. Oof, man, yeah.
The problem is we've been talking about it for a year.
Yeah.
So
I
like,
know.
it's like your
but, like, the-
expectations got built up.
No. What do you? My expectations were met. I mean,
your
yeah.
expectations were met. Okay.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
like kind
I
of
would-
one of those things like when you draw out, like it's got that
Yeah.
whole.
It's edging. Is that what it's called?
Is it edging? Or is it like
Are
a
we
long,
edging?
Are we edging? Oh, it's like a long foreplay.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe.
baby.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe that's what it is. I like it. I mean, yeah, I did. I'm so glad you answered that question about the permission, because versus just like, yeah, it's just a different mindset. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need your permission. I'm gonna do whatever I want. So let me,
And it's something I'm personally going through. It's something that I've been in an open relationship for 14 years and I still don't have it all figured out. And it's
that makes
something-
me feel better. Gosh, yeah.
you know. Sometimes I talk like I do. Right?
Wow, people in closed relationships don't have it figured out either, and that is so true. Okay, wow, amazing. Thank you, Danielle, so
Thank
much.
you.
Amazing. Okay. All right. So coming up next, I believe we're going to do some poetry. So let us just make sure we get everything a little set up. We're going to get you guys all of your journals. You're going to be writing. You're going to be feeling. You're going to be emoting. You're going to bring some depth into your life. I think this is what we're talking about. So I'm a good writer actually. So we'll see how I do. But okay, let's reset and talk to you in a few. to get back into it with poetry. I mean, gosh, we had what a day. Like, you know, we've seen Shabar. We've just been relaxing, and now this is just like what a Sunday we're having. We're gonna relax a little bit more, get into ourselves. We got very lucky to find on Instagram is good for some things, because that is how we found J Rose, which I am very excited about. Yeah. Kudos to our team for finding J Rose. Amazing. She's really fantastic, and she's going to come up and she's got a great presentation for you called Ink and Intimacy. She's going to lead us through some writing exercises, and then you're all going to write together as a group, and it's going to be lovely. Okay, so I would love to bring up, oh, hold on, she's grabbing a drink. She's got to have water. Who doesn't? Hey, that's okay. There's no sorries here. That's another thing. I'm going to try not to say sorry anymore, like ever. Like, I'm just not going to say sorry, I guess. Why should I? I shouldn't have to say sorry. You know, I'm not sorry. You're sorry. You had to get a drink, girl. Don't be sorry. I love it. Thank you for being here. And I'm so excited. So please tell everyone how to find you, everything about yourself, and take it away.
Okay. So thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to be here. Shout out to social media for connecting me. I don't know if maybe it was a hashtag, maybe it was, who knows? But my name is J Rose, and I am a professional spoken word artist. I've been writing for over 25 years. I've been performing for 9 years. I do this for a living. On top of what I do as a performer, I'm a teaching artist. So I teach spoken word and creative writing all over New York City. I'm New York based, but I teach virtually as well. Another one of the spaces that I work in is Rikers Island. If anyone's familiar with that place, it's a jail. And I work there once a week. I work with incarcerated women, teaching them how to use creative writing as a form of self-expression and empowerment. But one of the things that I specialize in as far as a writer and a performer is erotic poetry. Has anybody ever heard or experienced erotic poetry before? Yeah? Nobody? This is great. Okay, newbies, virgins, all that good stuff. Oh, that's me. Hey. No, we're good. We're good. I got my wine. Y'all see me? You see me? You see me? It's good? Okay. In me and it's. All right. Oh, thank you. So welcome to Ink and Intimacy, crafting erotic verse with depth. You can go on to the next slide. I don't know where the button is. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's me. I'm J Rose. Like I said, spoken word artist, educator. I'm also a host and curator. So I host open mics, showcases, and things like that. There's also a series that I have called The Hotline. It's an erotic poetry night. It's an open mic. And we usually have like burlesque dancers and poets that come out and do their thing. I'm founder of the Rose Garden Events. That is my business. And it's a creative platform for all artistic expression. I do focus a lot on poetry and spoken word, but my platform is for everybody. We've had all types of different performers on our platform. If you scan the QR code, that is my social media, my Instagram. You'll see it again later on, but it is my Crumble Thoughts if anybody's looking for it. You can go to the next slide. I recently released a spoken word album. So if anybody's into that, you can go to the link in my bio and listen to it anywhere on all streaming platforms, Spotify, Apple Music, all of it. So yeah, please listen to it. So today's objective of the class is to explore the unique art of sensual and erotic poetry through the lens of self-empowerment and creative writing. So now that you know what this is about, I would like to know, what is something you would like to get out of this workshop just by knowing what the topic is going to be? Anybody? You could take a second to think about it. Writing things to a partner. Okay, like a little love letter, a little sexy note. Yeah. All right, cool. You know, there is an art to erotic writing. You can go to the next slide. So before we take it to the next level, slow it down a little bit. Please remember that this is a safe space as we've been talking about it. As you can see, we had a lot of vulnerable conversations up here on this stage, and even those of you that shared from your seats. So this is a safe place. There's no judgment of others' thoughts or experiences, and please have fun. Feel free to ask questions throughout the workshop. And so while we're writing, I want you to consider that you don't have to always use the explicit trigger words when you're writing all the time, you know, and that's like words like dick and pussy and all those other words. Like I say them too. They're in my poems, trust me. But the art of being an erotic writer is being able to still use those words or not and still make it sound poetic. Not like you're giving the play-by-play of a porno, because this isn't a sport. This is an art. And you're simply writing your thoughts. So please do not feel pressure to write something perfect. This is, you know, if you have feelings and you have thoughts, then you can write. And if you can write, then you can be a poet. And participation is highly encouraged. So please, I would encourage you guys to share what you write or any questions or thoughts. Next slide. So why do I love erotic poetry? I write about many things under the sun, but my favorite genre to perform and write is erotic poetry. One of the reasons is because I do feel really empowered by taking control of how I express my sexuality. I feel like as a woman, we are immediately sexualized from a very young age by society. And it's okay for society to sexualize us however they want. But the minute that we try to own it, you're a slut, you're a whore, you're all these other things. Meanwhile, you're just expressing yourself and who you are. I get to be really creative by turning non-sexual ideas and concepts into erotic imagery. So I will have you looking at things that you're like, damn, I will never look at that the same again. I love to inspire others to embrace their sexuality and be more comfortable with themselves. I've had people come up to me after shows and just almost in tears, like say, like, I've never, from the culture I come from, I've never seen a woman express herself like this. And it was like really moving. And I really love that. And another one of my favorite things is I just enjoy the audience's response when they hear my stuff, they hear me talking my shit. And, you know, a lot of people don't experience erotic poetry. It's not the typical style of poetry that you experience. So a lot of people are usually like, whoa, she said pussy, what? Yeah, so I just love the reactions. You know, I kind of get off on that. So we go to the next slide. All right, so I will give you a little tease. I will be performing later on in this afternoon. I have a performance set of a couple spoken word pieces, but I will give you a little taste, a little tease of what you're going to hear later on today. So a sapiosexual is a person that is attracted to someone's mind or intellect before their appearance. Hi, I'm J. Rose, and I'm a sapiosexual, which means that my arousal arises when I cross paths with an intellectual. So it's inevitable that I'd hunger for the slices of your thoughts that are most delectable. I want to lick between the pieces of your brain matter as you rub your fingers on my pink matter, because you know, I know it's more than your brains that matter, it's your brain that matters. And you know, nothing turns me on more than thought-provoking conversations that reach deep into my sweet spot. That's just a little taste for y'all. We can go to the next slide. I will do the rest of that poem. I will do the rest of that poem when I'm more prepared, because I don't know, maybe that sip of wine already got me fucked up. So just to have a little group discussion, I would like to know your opinion of what is your definition of intimacy, and your opinion of your definition of erotic. Anybody? You take a second to think about it. What do you consider intimacy? Touching. Okay, there's no wrong answer, just like the last the other presenter earlier. There's no wrong answer to this. Racy, spicy. Okay, same. Okay, yeah, intimacy is emotional, erotic is physical. Okay, what are some examples of intimacy? How does intimacy show up in your life? right? Being vulnerable and having a safe place. Okay, I love that. Anybody else have intimacy? How does that show up in their life, in your life? Physical, hugs, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Right, right, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely. Um, why do you think it's difficult for some people to talk about sex? Shame, my mom. Right. Societal norms, afraid to be judged. That's a big one. Trauma. That's the answer to everything, honey. When they ask you why, it's always trauma. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, that you're looking at it from the wrong perspective. Control issues there, not wanting to be wrong. I don't know. I'm not a therapist. I'm just a poet. Okay. Um, I mean, I feel you on that. That's why I saw myself in you. I am a reflection of you. So what environments do you consider to be safe spaces to explore in-depth sexual conversations? What are some environments that you feel safe? We're in one right now. Right? Anywhere else that you may feel safe enough that you can explore in-depth sexual conversations? Reddit? Where? Road trips. Yes. You're in the car for a few hours. We're going to get real comfortable and close. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good one. I never thought about that. Phone calls, those late night calls. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. You hang up. Yeah, yeah. You can get really deep in those phone calls. More inclusive spaces, yeah, that are inclusive for everyone, all identities. Absolutely, absolutely. Again, no wrong answers. We can go to the next slide. All right, so we're gonna warm up a little bit, okay? We're not gonna get too nasty just yet. All right. I want to do a little exercise, but after the exercise, you please have your pens and notebooks ready to just write down what you think. But you're welcome to close your eyes. If you're not comfortable closing your eyes, just kind of stare into space, stare through me if you like. But I want you to imagine a pleasurable, sensual, intimate experience that you've had. Maybe like the best sex you've ever had, or the most intimate but still sexually pleasing experience that you've had. Think about that time. Go back, take yourself there, take a few moments and really kind of replay it. Try to remember as many details as you possibly can. And a great way to tap into that is using your 5 senses, right? This is how we experience the world. You know it's raining outside before you go outside because you can hear it, right? You can see it through the window. So we experience the world through our 5 senses. So tap into that. Think about how each sense was stimulated. How were you touched, or how did you touch the person? Or if it was by yourself, hey, self-love is a thing too. Taste. How did they smell? Did they have cologne or perfume? Their hair? What was their voice like? How did it sound? The moans, the oohs, the ahs. You know, what did you see? What were some things that stimulated you visually? So think about that. Take a moment to think about that. And then what you're going to do is create a word bank. That's what I call it. You're going to make withdrawals from this word bank as we continue writing. But you're going to write down as many words or phrases. Doesn't have to be a poem, just your thoughts, any words or phrases that come to mind as you think about this experience. Again, sensory imagery. What did it feel like? What did it sound like? Did you hear the train driving, passing by from the window? Was the bed creaking? Was the headboard banging on the wall? Was your neighbor hitting the floor with this broom, telling you to keep it down? Did they whisper in your ear? Did you whisper in theirs? What did it feel like? The sensations? Was it hot? Was it cold? Did you have goosebumps? Damn, I'm reminiscing. Okay. You guys can continue writing as it comes to mind. Even throughout, we go through the slides. If anything pops in your mind, please write it down. Don't think it's going to stay in your head when it's time to write it. All right. Anybody want to share some of the words that they wrote in their word bank? Oh, he was putting the writing music. Okay. This is my playlist, my Spotify playlist. Yeah, this is my Love Waves playlist. Thanks. All right. Anybody want to share some of the words that they wrote in their word bank? Share the word wealth. Hello. Welcome back. Grab a notebook and a pen. Join us. Anybody want to share? You get points for participation. Ooh, breathless. That sounds hot. Yeah. See how a simple word like breathless, because we're on the topic, can sound sensual. You know, if we were talking about sports, it would still be within context. But because we're speaking in the context of erotica, it's like, wow, just you saying it is like, ooh, that's sexy. Yes, I've been out of breath. Anyone else have a word or a phrase that came up? Euphoric. Yes. Okay. I like that. Sounds shiver. Ooh, shiver down my spine. I like that. Yeah. Lights on. Okay. Keep the lights on, baby. I want to see you. Okay. Listen, someone with a praise king, talk to me nice. All right, we can go to the next slide. Keep writing words if anything comes up. So I am an educator, right? So we are going to get a little technical in this workshop, but it's all going to be for the sake of pushing your pen. There's erotic poetry. There's very many different types and styles that people have. Me personally, because I am a writer, I'm a lyrical person, wordplay is really important. So literary devices play a big part in how I write. So I'll tap on them and then we'll do like a little, little writing thing, prompt or whatever. So the first one is personification, right? Where human qualities are attributed to an inanimate objects or abstract ideas. You can literally personify anything, right? You can personify this table, you could personify the sun and the moon and all the other things, right? So just if you want to share out loud or if you just want to write it in your notebook, how would you personify one of the following? Candle. How can you give a candle human characteristics? Or a rose. Can anyone give me an example of something that's how rose has been personified like a million times in poetry? It could be, okay, yes. That is one way of it describing it as a vagina. Somebody else says something over here. Soft like skin, right? Anybody ever heard of Tupac Shakur? He has a book called A Rose That Grew from Concrete. And is one of the poems that's in the book. And he personifies the rose as if it's a person growing out of concrete and walking, like literally, a lot of cartoons that, we've grew up watching, all examples of personification. How would you personify the wind? What? Fingers on your face, right? Howling, it's howling. Absolutely. Or house. How can a house be personified? What do houses do? Closure. Okay. They hold you. Someone said something. Protection. They provide protection, like a protective person. Yes. They shift a little bit, settle in, right? So secure. They provide security. So maybe like a security guard. You know, those are ways that you could personify these items. Next slide. So we're gonna do a little prompt when we get there. We could go to the next slide. There we go. I know he's like writing a poem. I was like, it's cool, it's cool. All right, so it's time for a little foreplay, okay? Because we can't just get right into it. I'm not that type of girl. I like some foreplay. All right, so I want you to write down a list of objects that are non-living or living, right? That are not human, right? That can be personified to represent people having an intimate experience. So I'll give you one example, like peanut butter and jelly, right? Peanut butter could be one person, the jelly's the other person, and now this sandwich is a sexual experience. I just came on, I gotta write that one down because that just came through. So just a list of inanimate objects, things that aren't alive or alive, but they're not human, that you think would make great concepts for describing a intimate experience between two people. So, you know, like we go together, like, think about like that. Can we get romantical with the music? I was messing up. Okay. Let's not do that. Oh yeah, that's right, because you're streaming on YouTube. Yeah. You using StreamYard? Yes, I'm very familiar with StreamYard. Oh, all right. That's cool. It's cool. If it gives you an issue, it's okay. I'll sing for you guys. Ooh. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Because I don't want to get it will, I think Facebook is the one that gives the most issues. It'll kick you off. But YouTube, I think, will just flag it for like copywritten. Okay. Anybody want to share some of their ideas that they've written? Ooh, strawberry and wine, like champagne, strawberry and champagne. Yeah, or wine. Ooh, okay. Anybody else have one? Cheese and crackers. I like cheese and crackers. Ooh, ebb and flow. Ocean is a big concept in erotic poetry. You're getting ahead of us. No, it's okay. Anybody else have an idea? A moth to a flame. Hey, okay, Miss Jackson, if you nasty, okay. And anyone else? Ooh, water to thirst. That's a good one. All right, you can go to the next slide. This just has a little bit of a list. So here's some ideas if you were stuck and you weren't sure. Celestial bodies is always a great concept and theme in erotic poetry and even in poetry in general. So you could talk about the sun and the moon, you know, having a relationship, stars and planets, nature. You mentioned the rose. Flowers are definitely used as symbolism in erotic poetry. The day and the night, the weather, the elements, right? Earth, wind, fire, water, all of that stuff, and even fruits and veggies. So you guys were pretty spot on. Yes. So I want you guys, we're going to take a moment for this writing prompt, and you're going to write some sensual thoughts where you personify an object, exploring its desires, sensations, and interactions with the human world. If you're stuck, there's some examples here that you can use, or if you wrote some down in your notebook, you can use one of those. But maybe put yourself in the shoes of blank, right? Put yourself in the shoes of the moon or a rose, or a storm, like a hurricane. I'm in the middle of writing an erotic poem about storms, but they're really, it's titled Storm Chaser. And it's about having different relationships with different men and each storm, it represents a different man in my past. You know, something like that. Just an idea. Throw it out there. Y'all can have it. Y'all can have it. Yeah, please do. I'm very big on sharing the ideas. So yeah, think of something that you are familiar with or that you have an interest in. I think that when you're writing from a place of interest and passion, it's easier to kind of come up with these ideas. Or if it's something that you have more knowledge on, you know, you can find more wordplay and verbiage. So I'll give you guys a couple minutes. I won't try not to rush you. I feel like I'm speeding through this. If you guys have any questions, feel free. I'm gonna sing to you. No, I can't sing. I wish I could sing. I would never talk, like, ever. I'd be at the supermarket like, I have a coupon. They'll be like, this bitch. This bitch always singing over here. Oh my God. You can use food. Remember you talked about liking different kinds. You used a great analogy earlier, sir, with the food. I think that was a great way to personify food, but you know, the way you described it. And if anyone's excited about what they wrote, please share. Yes, I need you guys to share because it's National Poetry Month, and yes, it is. And I am booked literally almost every day this month. So help me not lose my voice by sharing yours. Where's the virtual people? I'm just waving. Hi, guys. Yeah, one line. If you have more that comes to mind, you know, there's no. The what? Ooh, okay. Plump berries. I like some plump berries. Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Ooh, moving into each other like water. That's a simile. I love that. Very good. Yes. Anyone else have something that they want to share that they wrote? If whatever you wrote is fine. No pressure. I'm telling you, there's no wrong way to do this. Ooh, okay. Snaps. That was nice. See? Perfect example of personification. Anyone else want to share? One or two more? Yeah. Yes. That's beautiful. Maybe it could be like forbidden love. Maybe that's the direction you can go with that, right? Where they're like not allowed to touch, but the moon is so powerful that the ocean can't help but be like, tell me what to do. I am submissive. You're my dom. I'm convinced the moon is a dom. Okay. Yeah. See, that's a whole nother poem right there, guys. We're just spitting them out. Anyone want to share one more before I move on to the next slide? No? Yes? No? All right, cool. We can go to the next slide, please. All right, let's go deeper, right? Because we're not deep enough right now. So we're gonna talk about symbolism, right? We kind of already been touching on this, right? Personification is a form of symbolism, but there's other ways that you can use symbolism, right? It's when a simple, ordinary object, event, animal, or person represents a deeper meaning or significance. So, for example, what does the color red symbolize? Passion, love, stop, blood. Anger, right? So like red there's like the spectrum goes from like love to anger, right? That's a pretty like range, but it's all in how you use the wordplay and in context that you use it in, right? So you can use red to symbolize any one of those things in between. A dove would be a symbol for peace, unity. But what else? Purity, weddings. What about when someone dies? What do people comment? People comment on social media, the dove, right? So it could also be representation of symbolism for death, right? Or rest in peace, right? So again, it could be a spectrum there. Okay, how about skull and bones? Death, poison, danger, right? These are all examples of symbolism. We can go to the next slide. So we're going to get deep. I'm going to give you these 4 examples, and you're going to pick one. This is more of a guided prompt, and you're going to use this as symbolism, right? So choose a symbol from above as the central theme and write your thoughts exploring its significance and association with desire, passion, and intimacy. So you can either write about a flowing river, but how can that write about it in from a sensual lens, right? Or eating a ripe fruit. I know this amazing erotic poetry artist, and she has this poem about eating a mango that, oh my God, I'm like, what are you doing after this show? Because it's so good. It's so, like, she talks about the juices running down her chin. Oh my gosh. So, eating a ripe fruit, a flickering flame. You've already started like a moth to a flame. You already got something going over there. Or even an eclipse. But since we recently had one, I've been using this as a prompt for a lot of my workshops. It could be a story about the sun and the moon having this relationship, and the moon wanting to be seen. So she stands in front of the sun. So pick one of these. Yes, I'm here for the moon. I'm team moon. Yeah, my students were like, let's go moon, let's go. We were like chanting from the roof of the school. Like, yeah. So yeah, pick any one of these 4. They are common themes in poetry, and just a couple lines. If you only could get 1 line, cool. If more starts to flow, I'm not gonna stop you from writing, trust me. But yeah, how can these be sensual? And don't be scared to get a little freaky, a little nasty. I mean, we had people getting tied up on stage, talking about all types of things. So don't be shy now. Anyone want to share what topic they picked? Who picked flowing river? Yeah. Anyone pick eating a ripe fruit? No? Flickering flame? Yeah. How about an eclipse? Anybody like the eclipse one? Yeah? Cool. Cool. Yeah. Keep writing. Oh, hey, look, that's me down there. Bella J. Rose. Yes. Wow, it's so quiet. I can hear the thoughts though. I can hear them. Yes, it sounds like little wheel running. I love it. I wish my students actually were this quiet. I teach 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in the Bronx. I teach spoken word. Yeah, yes, their junior high school is send help. You guys see me online, send help. I am not okay. And they all I found your TikTok, J. Rose. I'm like, I'm gonna find you and block you. Yeah. Check who it is, who's following me. Who's in my stories? Block them. Okay. Anyone want to share what they've written so far, even if it's just one line or just a few incomplete thoughts? Anyone? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fine. Listen, you perceive it however you want. That's what the beauty of poetry is, that you're going to soak it in and you're going to turn into something. You're going to digest it as something that's relatable to yourself. You know, as poets, we come up here and we are the voice for those that feel voiceless or don't know how to put it into words. People come up to me all the time. They're like, you were speaking my life on that stage. Even with the erotic sets that I do, you know, people are like, oh my gosh, the way you said that, it was crazy. You guys see later what I'm talking about. Yes. Ooh, I love that. I love that. And see, like people, you know, when you're first reading it, you're like, oh, she's writing about bondage. But then like when you're talking about it as like a failed relationship and then having to retie it, do it over. That was a great analogy. I love that. Beautiful. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yeah. Okay. Right. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, poet. See, everyone has the power to be a poet. You just got to put the words on paper. That's it. Get them out of your head. Anyone else? Can we get one more person to share? One more person. I like things in 3. Oh, yes. Oh, now you two. Ooh, 4. I'll take 4. I like that. All right. Okay. Ooh, that's a big orange. That's a big orange. I love it. I love it. Okay, sir, back there, and then I'll come over to this table. Ooh, you see? Y'all didn't even know y'all had poets in the room. I'm good at unearthing those people. Okay, so I think someone over here had, yeah, okay. Ooh, the eclipse, yes. And the edge, I see you. I see you. Okay, wordplay. Okay. This that is the beauty, like doing word banks where you just write down all the words and phrases that come to mind when you're thinking of a concept is great to just get it all on paper, and then you can pull from the word bank. As I like to say, withdraw from the word bank, and you start building this poem out of the word bank. Okay, we can go to the next slide. You guys are amazing. This is great. This is going way better than I thought. I was like, oh my gosh, I always get nervous. Like, no one's going to want to write. It feels like homework. People have been working all week. Like, I get it. But I appreciate you guys participating. All right, so we are almost done, baby. We are almost to the climax. We are getting there, okay? It's nice and steady. So I want to talk about my favorite literary device. It's alliteration. I use it all the time. It's big on my wordplay. So this is when the repetition of a consonant sound creates rhythm and musicality in poetry. It's kind of like a tongue twister. So anybody know a tongue twister? Absolutely. What's the other one that everyone knows? Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, right? That is an example of alliteration. How that sounds in poetry, I always give an example from one of my poems. I use alliteration in just about every poem I write, but one of my favorite lines that I've written is a line that says, take the mask off that final fantasy and face the facts that even fools can fabricate facades that resemble forever, right? So not every word in that line started with the letter F, but a majority of the words in that line started with the letter F. So that creates alliteration in the poem. Yes, take the mask off that final fantasy and face the facts that even fools can fabricate facades that resemble forever. So it actually says, the line before is, don't confuse good dick for a future. Take the mask off. So it's a wordplay on the rapper Future. He has the song Mask Off, and Final Fantasy is another one of his songs. So it's kind of like a music reference, but then I went right into this alliteration with that. So don't confuse good dick for a future. Take that mask off and whatever. Yes, so that's in one of my poems, but that is an example of alliteration in poetry. So it's like a tongue twister. So I want you to create a word bank first before you make this sentence, right? Because you need to get words out first, right? So you're going to create a word bank. You're going to pick one of these words: kiss, lick, fingers, coming, or splash. Okay, you're going to pick one of those words, and now you're going to create a word bank with words that start with that letter. They don't have to be sexual words. They don't have to be erotic words. They just be any words that you think of that starts with that letter. Pick one of these and go with it. So if it's kiss, you're going to make a word bank of K words. If it's lick, a word bank of L words, and so on and so forth. So get all those words, as many as you can. Go left, go right, go everywhere with it. I was shazamming that French music that they. Yeah, was I the only one that was like, "Yo, this is a vibe right here"? I was like, I don't know what they saying, but it sound good. Yeah, that was me. It was good. Made me want to learn French. Right? Yeah, I don't know. This is lit right there. I was like, it sounded like Afro beats and like French. I've been to France. I went to the south of France a couple years ago, and it was like, I thought it was gonna be like events where I thought I was gonna go everywhere and just hear like techno music everywhere. I don't know. I was so ignorant. That's what I thought. But like the music out there was so good. It was like hip hop. It was very, very culturally diverse music that they played everywhere. Like I found a bar that was playing Tribe Called Quest, and I was like, I found home. I spent like 4 hours in there. But yeah, the music there was lit. Side note, sorry. I get distracted. I have ADD, guys, and it's serious sometimes. Okay. Anyone struggling to find words that start with their letter? You could even Google it, like words that start with da-da-da. I use a website called wordhippo.com. If anybody here is a writer, or if you're in school, wordhippo.com is amazing. Helps me find rhyming words, helps me find synonyms and antonyms, translate to other languages. It's a really dope website. It's free to do all that stuff too. Okay, we can go to the next slide so we can go into our writing prompt. Oh yeah, okay, so oh yeah, we can do a group thing. Yeah, let's do a little group thing. All right. So, as a group, at your tables, you're going to write some lines of alliteration. So together, right? So even if you have different letters, write at least one line for each one of your letters, but do it together as a group. Okay. Try to stay along the lines of the symbolism, the theme that you were talking about before. Come up with, well, you guys come up with 3 lines. You guys come up with 4. You guys come up with 3, 2. I don't know if he's hanging out with us, but if you want to come and join one of the other tables so you guys can all have a line each, but everybody, yeah, maybe you can use that big ass piece of paper. Yeah, right there with the marker. Yeah. So each of you write a line of alliteration using your word. Yes. And if you haven't already, introduce yourselves to each other. I know some. Oh, yes. So you're going to each create a line of alliteration, but together, like, so what word did you pick? L words? F? F? So you guys can come up with maybe like 3 F lines and 3 L lines together as a group. You all have the same letter? Oh, wow. Okay, so maybe help each other out with like 2 each, maybe, like, but it's a group thing. So be like, hey guys, I picked the L's. Maybe you have another L word that this person didn't put in. You know what I mean? Make it sexy, guys. Make it sexy. I need a video of this. I'm gonna grab some more wine if that's okay with you guys. Yeah, okay. Delivery, wine on delivery. I love it. I told myself I wouldn't drink today, but yeah, it is. It definitely is. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. You could do that while I'm answering questions. Maybe I'll open up the floor for questions. I don't need any sound. I'm doing all acapella stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it simple. Yeah. Ooh, I see. You guys are so excited. I see the buzz. The tables are buzzing. Those of you watching, please feel free to also write. Oh my goodness. I see smoke coming out of notebooks. This is beautiful. I love the Ooh. You see why this is my favorite literary device? Okay. Is like 2 minutes good? 2 more minutes? Is that okay? 2 more minutes? All right, cool. 2 more minutes, guys. Be ready to share. Okay, one more minute. One more minute. Okay, nasty writers. Free. Okay, freaky writers. Time is up. Time is up. Who wants to share a few of their lines? Yeah, look at this table. Y'all ready? Okay, okay. All right. I'm just gonna do something that we do at the open mics. I'm gonna be like one mic, one mic, one mic. Yeah. I would love to give our undivided attention to our people back here in this back table. They're gonna share some of their lines. Okay, you guys ready? Yeah. Okay, let's go. What you guys got? Oh my God. Okay. Okay. What else you got? Anybody else? What else you got? Oh, I need that. Okay. Who else? Who else? What else we got? This table? What y'all got? I saw y'all vigorously writing. Ooh, that is romantic. Okay. What else y'all got? I know y'all was over there. I heard y'all. Okay, well, what's one of your unfinished ones that one of your favorites? Okay, okay. All right, how about this table? I heard y'all really going in over here. What y'all got? It's okay. Ooh, okay, we can snap it up for that, right? I was thinking fingers force floods from my fountain. That's one of the ones I was thinking. Okay, anyone else? What y'all was doing back there? She's like, what do we got? Oh my God. Wow. We threw in a couple letters in there. I love that. That's beautiful. Anyone else want to share? This was our last prompt of the workshop. You made it. You made it to the climax. Anyone else want to share one? Going once, going twice? Okay, okay. All right. Well, first of all, congratulations. Everybody clap it up for yourselves. How did it feel having to write about this stuff a little bit? Any feedback? How was that experience for you? Brought back memories of writing poetry? Yeah. Okay. Dirty poetry. Okay. What was that? What did that feel like stepping into that space? Yeah. See? Yeah. Sometimes we put pressure on ourselves, especially as creatives. We put a lot of pressure on ourselves to create perfectly. And that's not always the case. Sometimes you gotta kind of get it out a little messy. And then you kind of, when you clean it back up is when you put it together nicely. My poems take months to write. I'm not that type of writer that could just write 100 poems in a month. No, I write like maybe 4 or 5 poems a year. And it's also because I perform them. So it takes me like 2-3 months to write them, another 2-3 months to memorize, and then bring it to the stage. So I do put a lot of work. So it's not always going to be perfect the first time you put it on paper, but the whole point is to get it out. right? And you can use these type of exercises to just address anything in your life. It doesn't always have to be erotic poetry. You know, using the literary devices is just a way for you to do it creatively, but just journaling, you'd be surprised how many poems you can write out of a journal entry. We naturally speak in poet. We just don't know it. We can go to the next slide. Because okay. Splash. All right. Does anybody have any questions for me as far as writing, advice on performing, or just in general what I do as a spoken word artist, teaching artist, and anything like that? Anybody have any questions? No. I'm gonna thank you. You're gonna see in just a second. Good. That's I try my best to create a comfortable space where people feel good enough to share their thoughts, because we kind of we hoard our thoughts and feelings as if like we're not like worthy enough to share them with people, or others aren't gonna understand where we're coming from. But you'd be surprised. A mentor once told me that the more vulnerable your writing is, the more universal it becomes. So there's nothing wrong with being vulnerable and sharing what you're truly experiencing, because I guarantee you're not the only person that has gone through it, you know, or to some extent, at least those feelings, right? It may not be the same experience, but the feelings that you're having from that experience is familiar to other people as well. So don't be afraid to put in writing, whether it's music, comedy, whatever, stories. Writing is such an important part, and people overlook it all the time. You can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah. And you can go to the final slide. There's one more slide just so you can have my information if anybody wants to reach out. I am an educator, so if there's any opportunities to come back out here to teach, do a workshop, or perform or host, please reach out to me. That's my email, that's my website, that's my Instagram, and hey, that's me. So I think they made a little shift in the agenda. So instead of me performing later, I'm actually going to perform for you guys now. Is that cool? Yeah? Okay, good. I guess I will go to the middle of the stage now, because I won't be blocking the presentation. They was like, no, your ass is too big, so you have to go over there, or else you're gonna block the presentation. So like I mentioned, I've been performing for a really long time, and erotic poetry is one of my favorite genres, but that's not the only thing I write about. But what you will hear today will be a set of erotic poems, but they all look different. So erotic poetry, just like a lot of things in life, is not linear. There's a lot of things that can be erotic and be deemed as intimate that aren't necessarily always sexual. So I will talk about those things. So the first piece I'm going to do is titled The Leap, and it's more of a suggestive poem. Never fall for a paradox like me, you see. I would write poetry on you. Yeah? You need me to stop? Oh, technical issues. So I'll tell you a bit about that poem. Hi. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I was looking at my butt. I've been doing squats. Trying.
Hey, this is JP,
Oh,
the
hey.
co-founder and CEO
What's
of
up, guy?
Odoki,
Can you see me? He's like, she's amazing, right? Is that what he's saying? I know. So that poem is old. It's suggestive. It's about like, you know, when you're like dealing my way with the very same words that stutter off your lips after I'm done with you. So never fall for a temptress like me unless you're thirsty enough to weather my tropical storm. You see, I'm an eccentric burst of summer rain you love to hate as much as you hate to love. Don't slip for me, baby. I am torrential, downpour, a wrecking force you haven't quite yet wrecked. So never fall for a canvas like me. There isn't enough paint on your palette to brush my silhouette one stroke at a time. You're better off finger painting a mural of your addictions between my thighs. I'm that frame that never seems to hang evenly on the wall, but you never mind slightly shifting me and taking a step back to admire my symmetry just for an excuse to touch me repeatedly. So never fall for a person like me who tells you to never fall for a person like me. Don't say I didn't warn you. That's my first piece. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Get right into the next one. So if you hear something that you like, that makes you feel something, please tell me. Like, you could snap. You could be like, when you eat some good food, what you do? And you be like, yes, girl, that part, slay, whatever your heart desires. But as a spoken word artist, I love that energy. I feed off of that energy from the stage. Also, as somebody with a praise kink, give it to me. I love it. Okay, I will keep saying that just in case you didn't know. So this piece is about being addicted to a person. Has anybody ever been addicted to a person? Yes, I feel like a lot of us have experienced it. If you haven't, then you were probably the person that people were addicted to. All right. Lucky for you, ain't it nice? All right. So that's what this piece is about. And there's actually a video, like I did a visual music kind of video to this. We released it on Valentine's Day. It's on YouTube. You can check it out. Everything I talk about, the link is in my bio on social media. I never knew addiction until I met you. Yet this slight obsession has me second guessing if you're a blessing or just another lesson. Have I finally manifested, or are my history books repeating my past as my present? They say timing is everything. Yet time never seems to exist when we make time to coexist. So time feels infinite with every kiss placed on my lips. More than enough seconds to come back for seconds. Minutes turn into hours. Conversations are endless. I never knew addiction until I met you. I mean, I never wanted something so good, so bad. Gambling with my heart because the biggest risk is a risk not taken. And all bets were off the moment your shot was taken. Like filet mignon on the Empire State, the stakes were raised. And you bet on yourself. Won me over, but this ain't no race. There's no tracks, just track marks of beauty freckled across your face. See, I'm not afraid to tell a man he is beautiful. Body just the right type, chin resting above my head, just the right height. Smiles that only seem to appear when I step into the room, as if you've just seen a shooting star. No one has ever looked at me with such affinity, and when you wink at me, it feels like I'm the one, your trinity. I never knew addiction until I met you. From the first smile to the first kiss to the first time I let you hit. Who knew addiction would feel like bliss without the ignorance? But here I am, popping pills prescribed by your praises, written on our most intimate pages. I'm not talking about the ones penned in the nude while the moonlight dances on our grins. I mean the ones shared over held back tears and the confessions of our sins, making it safe to deposit your insecurities into my skin. I absorb you like litmus. And although there's some acidity in your past, you're still balanced in divinity from infinity like a blast off the wagon. I thought I was finished with this fixation for a worthy king, but you are the type of addiction that brings a goddess to her knees to worship thee so willingly. You're like kryptonite, but it's giving strength, like the chopping block, but it's giving length, like needles in my veins, piercing through layers of scars just to pump me full of affirmations, reassurance, and affection. How is it possible to be my vice and my recovery at the same damn time? Because 12 hits of you feels like 12 steps towards truth, so it's no surprise I'd move mountains to step closer to you. Being addicted to you is like being addicted to me. Twin flames mirrored by the sun, sealing the destiny of whatever's meant to be. The future's unknown, so let's turn the present to a home, open palms full of past traumas and just let them go. Admitting that I'm powerless is the first step. I never knew addiction until I met you, but here I am. Hi, I'm J Rose, and I'm an addict. Thank you. Okay, so we'll get into the sapiosexual poem. This one is also on, this poem I just did is on my album. The one I'm doing now is on my album, and the last one that I'm doing after that they're all on my album except for the first one. So this poem is about being a sapiosexual. If you don't know what a sapiosexual is, I mentioned before, it's a person that's attracted to someone's mind or intellect before their appearance. So hi, I'm J Rose, and I'm a sapiosexual, which means that my arousal arises when I cross paths with an intellectual. So it's inevitable that I'd hunger for the slices of your thoughts that are most delectable. I want to lick between the crevices of your brain matter as you rub your fingers on my pink matter, because I know it's more than your brains that matter, it's your brain that matters. And you know nothing turns me on more than thought-provoking conversations that reach deep into my sweet spot. I want to straddle your cerebrum like a seat of consciousness, waking up every cell in your body as I rub my curiosity all over the ripples of your cortex, dripping my theory of relativity all over your ecstasy equals my come squared, because every time we have a conversation, you reach deep into my brainstem, and baby, I come there. Let me sip on your pre-thoughts while you run your fingers through my hair, causing my legs to shake faster and my heart to beat harder. You think I was possessed? Baby, show me your mind and I'll show you mine. Colliding our minds, exploding like mines. Let me see your Big Bang Theory and I'll show you galaxy thighs dripped in Milky Way skies. Thank you. So all these poems on the album have music to them. Some of them have instrumentals that I had producers create beats for me, and then the others are with a band. If any of you are in New York on the 27th, I'm having my first performance off Broadway Theater at the Triad. I will be performing with my band. You guys can follow me on social media. I would love to see you guys there. This is like a really big deal. It's on the 27th. It's a Saturday. So this is my last piece. This piece is titled Red Rose Rendezvous. It's based on a true story. This is probably one of my more like erotic poems. So as you can see, I've taken you on a journey of like sensuality, love, sexiness. But like sometimes we just gotta get real nasty and talk about it, right? And be like, let's, stop beating around the bush and beat the bush. Now let me stop. I can't stop it. I'm a poet. I can't stop it. Okay. Yes, this is titled Red Rose Rendezvous. This king got the flow for days, spitting erotic poems into my Garden of Eden, making me flow in waves. A cunning linguist who's always down for a taste. I'm addicted to his back shots while he grips on my waist. You see, he knows what he's got, so he never be tripping. He knows what he's got, so he stays sliding and slipping. Got him looking up at the stars, just hoping and wishing that this pussy never ever goes missing and this mouth always sticks to the mission. Heavy on the possible, I'm gonna get my licks in. Be his personal porn star and fuck him in every position. Never had a woman like me, he finna make me his final edition. You see, I'm cut from a cloth no longer manufactured. The mold has been fractured into stardust particles that can't be captured. No pictures, please. The women in his past didn't last, didn't play their position, couldn't handle how vast was his purpose and vision. I'm sorry, ladies, but that's no shade. That's no cap, so there's no shade. Respectfully, we different. I'm the upgrade. I cast spells of abundance that anoint his dick like I bless his magic stick. Pour affirmations into his dreams so that he knows he's the fucking man and he can get it anytime, any place, however he deems. Praise his divine masculinity because he packs the house out like Easter Sunday. Can I get an amen? Yeah, I lift his spirits as much as his dick, so he's always ready for me to spit vernacular verses, using my tongue to spell my name out in cursive, giving him head without reason or purpose. Well, maybe not purpose. As a sharpshooter, I aim to please until his climax is reached, and I'm on my knees saying, yes, papi, please pour it on me. Gorilla grip on his dick while he gorilla pounds on my hips, digging me out deeper than these Taino roots. I don't want him to quit. He says, I feel like rose petals from the inside and out. Velvet and smooth, tight, without a doubt, softly rubbing as I soothe his anxiety out. I reroute his stress like a GPS with this goddess pussy sex. Call that GPS. And you want to know the best part? Yeah? Yeah? Sure? All right. He fucked me with his mind before he even touched me. Gave me tongue strokes in the form of conversations, tapped on my G-spot with his ambitious motivation, whispered vulnerabilities into my vault without hesitation. See, he knew I would nurture his fears until they disappeared, and I affirm him by whispering sweet everything's in his ear. And I know I sound like I'm on some cocky shit, but yo, that ass, he knocked this pussy out in some rocky shit. Had me riding him in circles on some jockey shit. Left me walking kind of funny on some Willy Wonky shit. But he gave me the golden ticket and I eagerly took it. Said he want to travel the world with me, so I immediately booked it. And now we fucking on balconies eating good because I cooked it. He gave me an assignment and I understood it. I'm getting straight A's. I'm at the top of his class. Giving him double D's while he's palming this ass, role playing like I'm the student, he's the teacher. Our chemistry's unmatched. You can't fuck with our ether. And now he can't leave me alone. And quite frankly, I don't want to leave him alone either. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going back over there with my cup of wine that I said I wasn't going to drink, but I'm going to drink it. Thank you so much for having me here. This was like the coolest experience. I definitely want to come back next year. Please. Oh, I got one. But thank you guys so much. Please follow and connect with me. I'll be here all day, all night. Well, all day.
Amazing. Oh, wow. Snaps all around, guys. Just wow. Also for yourselves, you guys wrote some good stuff. I mean, my brain is mush, so I didn't have it in me to come up with anything, but what I heard was amazing, was lovely. Okay, so we're gonna close it out now. We've come to the end, and I want to make sure everybody filled out their email addresses in the bag. Yeah. Lola, can you come join me for a little? Oh, where's the other? Yeah.
Wait, we're waiting for somebody to give one more.
Oh, okay.
Before we
Okay.
pull it.
In the meantime, let's go through this bag for a sec.
Okay.
Let's see what's in the bag.
Okay.
What do you got first?
We got so many things. Okay.
I know.
We have.
Ooh.
I'm like, I don't need glasses. We have probiotics from Momotaro. So you get 2 full size.
Ooh la la.
We have.
What?
Oh. Yeah, but that.
Yeah.
We have more rope.
Ooh,
You can do practice a rope scene.
Yeah.
We have another one of your Pokemon that you're collecting. One of these sleeves.
Okay, wait.
To go with your.
Okay, wait.
handy.
But funny story about last
Yeah.
night. Where's Devin? There's Devin. Devin went to go get the trash out of the men's room.
And there was a Pokemon in there.
It was just the box though.
Oh. I mean, at least you didn't find like cum-filled sleeve.
Right.
That would have been
that would have
worse.
been bad, but at least they just put the box.
Ooh, it's a cute little pink vibrator, like a bullet.
Ooh.
There's so much.
So
good
you can
stuff.
practice, of
Okay.
course.
There is a Momotaro salve. This stuff is amazing. This is a sample of that.
Yes. If your vagina is working, it's got to be working, you know?
Stickers from Shag. Lubes from me.
Oof. Yeah. Lubes also go See, also go with the sleeves. Be sure.
Postcards from Shag about the upcoming workshops.
Mhm.
What is it? Oh, the discount coupon from Spectrum Boutique.
Yes, of course.
Things from what is this?
Handy.
Oh, from an adult time.
Yeah, so
Enjoy your free week.
free week
A
and you-
free week.
yeah, exactly, because
Never
it
leave your
syncs
room.
together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what's this? Oh, a blind. I'm assuming a blindfold. Yes. Okay. It looks like it.
That box over there, please.
Square.
Okay.
Okay. Wait. And what else? There's something else. There's more.
Alright. Oh, Rosie. Yeah. You get a card from
A
Rosie
free
also.
silver membership, 1 month to
It's-
Rosie.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah,
about
it's
wellness, baby.
Oh, so you get. Oh, this is
Yeah,
nice.
they're all about women's wellness, but then also they've got a section. They've got a section for erotica. Okay.
What else is
So,
in here?
and
What
they
else
got-
is in here?
Oh, LMNT.
Elementy. Oh, what is the energy?
Yeah, you got to get
electrolyte?
your electrolytes.
This looks like a CD. We're
I
old.
know. It totally looks like a CD, but actually, it's a lot of electrolytes. so that
kids
you can
don't
be
know.
healthy. The kids didn't know what Love Connection was, so of course
They don't know what love.
They don't know. I think that's everything. I think that's
Oh, and another note. Another
and a
notebook.
notebook.
So
Yeah, yeah.
You can keep writing your hot poetry.
hot, steamy. Love
so
it.
this is the first prize.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
No, everybody
Oh.
gets one. This is
Oh. Oh, that
everybody's
was
got
the
one of
goodie
these.
bag.
Yeah, make sure everybody.
Never mind.
If
So
you didn't get one, make sure you
Did
get
you
one.
not get a go in your goodie bag? Yeah.
Okay, and now we're gonna raffle off a couple of things.
We have so much. Oh, it's a whole box of prizes.
So first up, we've got Rachel Kramer Bustle. Every time I say it, about Rachel Kramer Bustle.
I do the same thing.
I know. I don't know what it is about, but amazing erotica writer. Rachel is our editor, or was our editor in chief for quite some time. She teaches workshops. She writes books. All of these things that she sent in this book to raffle off.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let you do the
I'm gonna choose.
choosy.
Oh. Okay. Great. I got one.
Okay.
So who's going home with a book? Somebody who's into Top Gun Math 1776 at duck.com.
Uh-oh. I don't know if that person's here or not. Oh, maybe
was
so.
that-
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
dang. Okay, well, the book is called Lap Dance Lust, a collection of erotic stories. Okay, so we'll get it to him later.
Okay, here, put that inside
Okay.
so we don't forget. If you would have waited just a little bit longer.
I think this is.
At least you're nice because at my show, if you leave, you just leave and somebody else is getting the prize.
I think this is your. I mean, this
Oh,
is
this
your,
one's
you
from
explain
this
this
one's
one.
from
Yeah.
Spectrum. So Spectrum Boutique was lovely, and they have the Spectrum Essentials toy. So these are like basic shapes. So this is their G-spot vibe and the compact vibe. So it's like it fits in your palm like this. And the owner of Spectrum, my friend and my boss, Zoe Lingen, wrote Carnal Knowledge. So you get a copy of her book. And yeah, and then there's also cleaning instructions for the toys in there.
Oh, cleaning instructions. Love it.
How to
Amazing.
take care of your little friends.
Okay, guys, this is the big
Okay.
raffle. This is the big time raffle. Yes, nice.
Okay. Michelle Light.
Oh, we're gonna repick. No, we're gonna repick them both. Let's
Okay.
repick them both. Let's do it. Okay,
Are we
you gotta keep
picking
that up.
both?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do it.
Well,
Let's
we'll
do it. We need to.
Since I have
want
this in my
some-
hand.
Somebody's gotta win, baby.
Okay. Open. You do it. I only have
giving
one
you so much
hand.
work. I'm so sorry. Lowe's done so much work. Jackie. Woo! Yes, girl. Yeah.
Yay! And now we want to pull again for the book.
Yeah, I think
Sorry, Maverick.
I think we might as well. I think Maverick will be cool.
He'll be
with it.
fine.
Yeah.
He knew the raffle was coming up.
Here's the guy.
Oh. Francesca. Yes.
Yay! Yay! Francesca loves books. Amazing.
Don't put that back in there.
Yeah, thank
Okay, what's the next
you.
one? What do we
I think
giving
that.
away?
I think that's it. I think that's what we got.
What was
I
the other
think-
one?
Huh?
I gave you two. No?
We have yesterday.
Oh yeah, did we?
Yeah,
Did I
have it-
miss that? Where was
No,
I?
we did. We raffled it yesterday.
But where was I?
You were here.
Oh, I was here.
We
Never
did it
mind.
with
I
our-
was
yeah, no,
tired.
no, yeah.
I was tired.
No, we
We
did.
did. You're right. I
raff-
remember. I
yeah.
remember you doing this. Okay.
Yeah, we raffled. We're both. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, we raffled it
I
yesterday.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah, and see,
Okay.
yeah, see,
Yeah.
you won yesterday.
See? Okay, I
Yes.
remember.
Okay,
Great,
good.
good. We did it.
Fantastic.
We did
Fantastic.
it.
Thank you. We did it. I'm so glad. Thank you all. Thank you all so much for being here. Huge shout out to our sponsors here, Desire Server Summit in Jersey City. Huh?
If you look into it, it's crazy.
Oof, I like,
Don't
yeah.
do
If
it.
I look into it, it's no good. Thank you to these people for being our stock photo, but also amazing. Like, you know, we should like find them because they look great. So thank you to Rosie, thank you to LMNT, thank you to Jersey City Connects, Bold Strokes Books, thank you to Sip Studios, and all the guys in the back that did such a good job. Thank you to Word Books for being here, Spectrum Boutique, of course, and Dirty Lola. Thank you to Hemp Social, Bold Strokes Books, Adult Time, and The Handy.
Yes.
And
and
okay.
Shag. We
Oh,
had the
and
lovely
Shag. Oh my
Yep.
gosh. And we love Shag.
Yeah.
Oh, Shag. Yeah. I'm going to have to go over there and check that out. I mean, you guys have the ropes, but you don't know what you're doing. So you got to go to the workshop because, right? Yes. I want to see.
love it.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. That was, what a beautiful performance. I loved it. And with that, we're going to close it out. Bye to everyone in the stream, and we'll see you all soon.
Yay!
Thank you, honey.